Live yet again. Please give a thank you. Wow, that's so nice of you. That is really, I don't deserve that. Okay, maybe I do. Good evening. Hello, everyone. It's May 25th, 2026, Memorial Day. I'm your host, Rathbong. We've got another great night of noticing planned for you. Obviously, this supposed peace deal is off. In fact, the United States is bombing Iran as we speak. The gaslighting continues. Trump continues to acquiesce to Netanyahu, who has called for an escalation against Lebanon as a way of, I guess, voicing his dissatisfaction like a spoiled child, and to, of course, sabotage the peace deal, which required that the war against Lebanon must stop. Of course, we heard Netanyahu earlier today give a statement about how he's intensifying the strikes against Lebanon. In other news, Tom Steyer, right over here, is being rehabilitated as the good billionaire by liberal sheepdog influencers who are trying to ride his coattails to the office of the governor of California. So we'll take a look at this. But before we do, I'd like to dispense with some thoughts. And I hate to sound negative at the outset of this show, but we must also be honest about our predicament. And people that want to say I'm jaded, well, my rhetoric around policy decisions will change once the policies change. And I think that's fairly logical on my part. I'm not going to put on the rose-tinted glasses and pretend like we're so close to voting our way out of this, because we're not. In fact, we are so lost as a society and confounded by the form of things, we reduce form to aesthetic, which is the way that Parenti characterized it, and I will always remember that. We're so lost in singular phenomena, we always misinterpret reality. It's like the state bashed our heads in with this stultifying, baby-brained nonsense since birth that we've been just incapable of graduating past that stage of cognitive development. That's why it's important to read Mao, folks, because we never curate the lesson from history, because I surmise the lesson forces us to confront all of our presumptions of who we are as people, as persons, our own identity, our nationalism, our culture, what binds us together to form one cohesive identity that is this word American. Intellectually, we are cavemen. And that, in a way, I think, forms the impetus and the motivation for the utility of educating people with ideas, concepts, values, truths, facts, and analysis that is underrepresented in our society. And I am always trying to think of metaphors as a tool to educate all of us about our present political system. I think about Zionism, liberalism, the duopoly, etc., etc. It seems like we, as a homogenous group of underclassed workers, have not been able to connect the dots. We're lost in the sauce. And I thought of a new metaphor, and forgive me, I've been playing a lot of Red Dead Redemption. Maybe not a lot, but a little. And so I have a video game metaphor for you. But let's just pretend you're playing some video game, you're this video game character fighting something or someone, and in order to fight, you press the X button, or whatever button it is. And you keep pressing it, and what happens to the character? Eventually, the character tires out. The character that you're playing needs time to replenish his energy, or their energy. You've got to have what's known as a cooldown period, right? You have to let your stamina build up again before you attack. Or if you're firing a gun, you have to reload before shooting it again. However, whether the character is resting or attacking, is it not the same character with the same motives? In this case, the character rests so it can attack again later. A gun, on the other hand, reloads so that it can fire again. The one action needs the other to give it its purpose, its identity. And we all do this as people too. Capitalism creates its contradictions, for example. Suddenly there are anti-capitalists and communists. So let's think of that video game metaphor applied to, of all things, the state of Israel and its succession of prime ministers, for example. They're all monsters, okay? I think we'd all agree about that. But their crimes extend as far as to what was or is politically expedient at the time of their office. Remember the humiliation that Israel faced in March of 1957? I bring up this example a lot. President Eisenhower forced the IDF to retreat from Gaza. And what did Ariel Sharon, the IDF commander, say at the time? He said as soon as it was politically feasible, Israel would reclaim Gaza and not let it go the next time. And that's exactly what happened. Now think about the Prime Minister of Israel in 1956, David Ben-Gurion, who made that decision to go into Gaza, of which he was ultimately rebuked. Is he any more or less worse than his successors? His immediate successor was a guy named Levi Eshkol. He presided during the interim between 1957, or I guess it was really, he got elected in like 1963. But it was during that interim period where Israel was in a cool-off period, I would argue. And they were just waiting for that next politically expedient time to go occupy more land. And that happened in 1967. We had the Six-Day War, the War of Aggression, which the entire international community calls on Israel to this very day to vacate, to withdraw from the territories that it acquired illegally through a war of acquisition, an aggressive war of acquisition. But the point I'm trying to make is that, is it really useful to distinguish between the prime ministers of Israel in terms of their depravity? Is it not this entire settler colonial project and its ideology of Jewish supremacy which pervades the culture, which is the real institutional problem? Not simply this or that bad actor? Aren't they all serving the same ideology, the same economy? And only the external political forces determine the calculus of their internal policy decisions and the speed with which they implement them? Is there any shade of Zionism that is tolerable? Must not we reject the entire spectrum? Well, of course the answer is yes, if we are principally committed to all the things we pay lip service to. Apply the video game metaphor or whatever metaphor that we've shared here to liberalism, to the Epstein duopoly stamping on our faces. The goal is not to to remove the boot on our necks, not to apply a softer tread to the soles. Is there any ideological faction of the Democratic Party that is salvageable if its economic engine is Zionism and billionaire donors? I think it's fairly uncontroversial to say just how morally bankrupt and harmful both the Democrat and Republican Party are. Is it useful to distinguish that one party is committed to attacking while the other is committed to cooling down? Maybe only to illustrate that they are in fact two wings of the same bird. That would probably be the only utility in explaining that. But temporally, we're just looking at a different point on the timeline and assigning it erroneously a different qualitative symbol. We're symbolizing that point as qualitatively different without recognizing that there's simply two aspects of the same object with the same ends in mind. So another metaphor would be, isn't like a wave, you think of an ocean wave, it's comprised of 2 points, right? A crest, the top of the wave, and the trough, which is the bottom part of the wave. You need both of those to have a wave, right? Whether or not the sun is shining or the moon is shining, are we all not still on earth? Because Democrats are committed to defensive capital and Republicans are focused on the attack of capital. Are they not the same entity? How do we know they are the same? because the same people fund them. Literally billionaire pedophiles. I always go back to what Nick Bryant said, the guy who exposed a lot of the Epstein scandal and was talking about this for decades before it became mainstream. But he said the difference between the Franklin pedo scandal, which is another scandal that he studied that was equivalent to the Epstein pedo scandal, he said that the main difference between the Franklin pedo scandal and the Epstein pedo scandal, broadly speaking, was that the Franklin scandal was Republicans trafficking and SAing children boys, and the Epstein scandal was Democrats trafficking and SAing children girls. So Republican, Democrat, red jacket, red genocide, blue genocide, the real identity of these people is the identity that they take in the economy. They're billionaire elites, banksters, heads of financial institutions, arms traffickers, multinational executives, et cetera, that are doing all of this. In fact, I believe it proves the type of sick behavior, this type of sick behavior, is bipartisan. It's simply just the rich molesting the poor. It's not Democrats, Republicans, it's obscenely rich people molesting children who are poor, orphaned, and trafficked to the rich. And if you are part of this shadow cabal of banksters that control both mainstream parties, which we know to be the case in our society, in order to induce consent from the public to continue voting into this psychopathic, and I mean that clinically, psychopathic political system, you have to paint a compelling picture that galvanizes the public into obedience. That's why the Democrats campaign on Republican efficiency to shoehorn more harmful legislation and policies against the American working class, and the Republicans campaign on the Democrats' failures to counter their offensive. That's because the Democrats don't defend against the Republicans. They defend the Republicans against you. It's sort of like, I'm thinking of a meme that went something like, if I don't oppose Democrats because they're against Republicans, I oppose Democrats because they are Republicans. Something like that. I mean, I might have been put a lot better than I just did, but you get the idea. So look at this meme, which I think elucidates the extent to which the poor majority have political agency over their lives and the options that are presented to us by the Epstein regime. So our two options for governor of California is a billionaire or a politician that advocates for billionaires. That's the the Overton window there. Those are the two politicians that the Epstein duopoly deems acceptable to platform. And as always, the real viable option that actually genuinely represents the majority's attitudes and interests and has the intention of following through is already removed from the table before we are ever presented with candidates to vote for. Case in point, look at what they did to Butch Ware. They fought to illegally remove him from the ballot, which they were successful. They black out the actual opposition. We don't even know their names. We don't know the narrative. We don't know the parties. We don't know the organizations. You won't find it anywhere. You got to go digging and looking for this narrative. Even the people that we thought we could trust who existed outside the mainstream media, even the streamers and independent content creators and political influencers, present company excluded, of course, who seemed so relatable because they felt like one of us, even they are co-opted. Even they get astroturfed. Even they get owned and bought off. Above all the theater and spectacle, look at the space that they occupy. What do they represent? What do they advocate for? Where are they leading their audiences? You don't have to look too hard to realize they don't want things to change, they want things to freeze. But isn't that the effect that the Epstein duopoly seeks when it conjures up not only these policies, but the strategies for each party. The Republicans' job is to do things worse and more grotesque in your face to make the controlled opposition seem more palatable. And then when you say, yeah, you know, Democrats, Republicans, they're both bad, but the Democrats are more palatable, well, somewhere another chicken-swinging pedophile rubs his clammy hands together and goes, yes, just like they drew it up. Fell for it again award. You are the mark in the game, and you think you're being so contrarian? Who told you what was possible? And I really like what Butch Ware said yesterday on his Disrupt the Duopoly fundraiser. He says, this becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. You don't believe change is possible, so nothing changes. But this is not the kind of thinking that ended chattel slavery, or feudalism, or segregation, or the divine right of kings. And I also think that those who peddle this nonsense are hypocrites. They tell us we are idealistic for thinking there could be a spontaneous revolution or an immediate success, which is not something that we've ever contended. And meanwhile, they're not willing to back a Green Party candidate, for example, because it wouldn't be a spontaneous victory. So it's just all heights of absurdity, if you ask me. And I want to just dig into more about Tom Steyer, who's trying to rehabilitate his image as a billionaire. But before I do, obviously lots of stories to cover. We're going to shift momentarily to my Twitter slop feed, and we're going to slop it up hard and nasty. But we'll talk about all these things as I go. You know how I do. I have all these bookmarks, and none of them really, they're all kind of non sequiturs. So let me go to the React page. Here we go. So breaking news right now. An hour ago, the U.S. has bombed an Iranian naval vessel. This is after Trump claimed Iran's navy was completely destroyed in the first day of the war, of course. The ceasefire is not going to last. Iran is already retaliating as we speak. And here's some footage of it. So, you know, there was this peace deal we were learning about over the weekend, and it basically was an admittance by the United States that we've lost the war. We're conceding all of these things like lifting sanctions against Iran, unfreezing their foreign assets, and obviously, you know, vacating the Strait of Hormuz, stop trying to blockade of the Strait of Hormuz and all this. And the one critical contention that was baked into this agreement was that Israel is not to attack Lebanon. Well, as soon as this peace deal was announced, the Zionist lobby went into overdrive, and everyone was calling Trump basically a traitor to Israel. And Netanyahu immediately started intensifying strikes against Lebanon and released a video saying as much. And so the war is back on, just like we thought. So here's more about it. Big clash between the U.S. and Iran near Karg Island. The IRGC launches cruise missiles and drones at U.S. destroyers in the Strait of Hormuz. American aircraft struck 2 IRGC vessels earlier today, killing a number of Revolutionary Guards. The IRGC Navy is now hitting back. IRGC naval forces are targeting American destroyers in the Strait of Hormuz with cruise missiles and drones. Fires are simultaneously burning on Karg Island, Iran's primary oil export terminal. I'm sorry, I forgot to start the Twitch stream, but I'm streaming on Twitch now. Thank you for the reminder. I always forget at least one thing in the list of checkpoints that I need to accomplish before starting the stream. So, fires are simultaneously burning on Karg Island, Iran's primary oil export terminal. Bandar Abbas update: multiple American drones, possibly MQ-9 Reapers, were shot down near Bandar Abbas roughly an hour ago, believed to have been hunting the launch sites of Iranian missiles targeting U.S. warships. Here's a statement from, I guess, Iran's foreign minister, Dr. Abbas Araghchi, in an interview. Oh, this is from 2 months ago. At the start of the war, the dilution of enriched uranium was on the table before the war. This is parallel to that, more proof that this war was for nothing. And that's in response to Donald Trump's latest Truth Social tweet where he says the enriched uranium, aka nuclear dust, will either be immediately turned over to the United States to be brought home and destroyed, or preferably in conjunction and coordination with the Islamic Republic of Iran, destroyed in place or at another acceptable location with the Atomic Energy Commission or its equivalent being witness to this process and event. So trying to tout this as a big W for the United States, but this was already on the table, as per Iran's foreign minister.
Am I understanding you here? Because I know that you said 48 hours before the U.S. strikes happened, you had personally offered to President Trump's negotiators to take that 440 kilo amount of 60% enriched material and to dilute it. You said Iran was ready to give that material away. This was in the deal that was also presented to Vice President Vance by Oman. Today, is Iran still willing to let go of that enriched uranium?
I think it's so pathetic to say clipped by, like you're trying to brand yourself on Twitter. Yeah, that was clipped by Ryan Roseby. Thank you, Ryan, for clipping that. Artfully done. That was one of the most artful clips I've ever seen. Like, what? Dude, just share the information. You don't have to copyright clips from the news like you just did something.
Well, that was one of the elements of a deal that we were negotiating with our, American interlocutors.
Yeah, she asked, where is the university? Yeah, like this motherfucker's going to tell us.
That element dealt with the question of Iran's 60% enriched material. And I offered actually that we are ready to dilute those enriched material or down blend them, as they say, into lower percentage. So that was a big offer, a big concession, in order to prove that Iran has never wanted nuclear weapons and would never want them.
Are you willing to give that up now?
Well, there is nothing on the table right now. Everything depends on the future. If any time in the future we decide to enter into negotiation with the U.S. or other interlocutors, we may decide what to put on the table. For the time being, nothing is on the table.
So, do you get it? They were already offering to dilute the uranium even before the war started. All right, we're going to keep bouncing around. I hope that's okay. This is the latest from, oh no, that's not actually. That's from October 6th. I don't know why that got posted. This says, a Jewish employee at Old Florida Bookshop in Hollywood, Florida, confronted Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz over her support for the Gaza genocide. She denied a genocide was taking place. Then this exchange ensued, which the employee sent me. DWS wound up fleeing through the back. So I think there's some news concerning Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Hi, Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
That's why this is getting reposted.
I'd like to ask you to revise. I'd like to ask you to revise your comments on the Gaza genocide. Debbie Wasserman Schultz, I'd like to get you to revise your comments on the Gaza genocide.
Oy vey.
How much money are you receiving from the Israel lobby? I know I'm going to be fired. I'm fine.
I know I'm going to be fired. I'm fine. That's awesome.
This is gonna get. She's supporting the genocide in Gaza. She's one of the biggest supporters of the genocide in Gaza.
But don't interrupt my nice little bookstore, please.
Debbie Wasserman Schultz, how much money do you get from AIPAC? Do you sleep at night? How do you sleep at night?
But we are ruining. You're ruining brunch. You cannot ruin brunch. I will start kvetching. Okay, we have to counter this silly, stupid tweet from Elon Musk. He says, with no evidence, no sources, he just says, well, with rare exceptions, the countries colonized by Europe were actually unprofitable. Can you imagine saying something this tone deaf, this ignorant? So Europe was colonizing Africa and, India and all of these countries around the world, not because they were profitable. They weren't making any money. Actually, they were losing money, according to Elon Musk. More was spent on building up their infrastructure. Look at what we did for them. We saved them from themselves. We gave them a society. What he should say is more, well, I don't think more was spent on building up their infrastructure, but let's just mock this up to where it at least resembles more of the truth. More was spent on building up their colonial infrastructure and creating colonial outposts. Yeah. Remember that these indigenous communities, these cultures, these societies were ultimately turned into cash crop, one-stop cash crop societies. Literally turned into corporate plantations. And that was the infrastructure. It was the infrastructure was the colonial government and the colonial army upholding and enforcing the government's colonial policies. So he says with rare, what is so misleading about this is that this has been debunked. So he says more was spent on building up their infrastructure and creating cities than was earned from exports. And this is why reading is so important, because this book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa by Walter Rodney, which I always allude to, debunks all of these talking points. Even, before Elon Musk even could think for himself, which he still can't, but so there's a whole chapter actually about this in his book. I'm just going to read a little bit if you don't mind. It says he's got a whole chapter, right? It says it begins with a couple quotes. In the colonial society, education is such that it serves the colonialist. In a regime of slavery, education was but one institution for forming slaves. The black man certainly has to pay dear for carrying the white man's burden. Supposed benefits of colonialism to Africa. So faced with the evidence of European exploitation of Africa, many bourgeois writers, or bourgeois tweeters in this case, would concede at least partially that colonialism was a system which functioned well in the interests of the metropoles. However, they would then urge that another issue to be resolved is how much Europeans did for Africans, and that it is necessary to draw up a balance sheet of colonialism. It's an interesting way of putting it. That's what they do. On that balance sheet, they place both the credits and the debits and quite often conclude that the good outweighed the bad, which is what Elon Musk is trying to do here. Although he goes farther. He's like, we bent over backwards to save these African communities and states. People in the comments are like, yeah, King Leopold of Belgium would beg to differ because of what he did in the Congo, of course. That particular conclusion can quite easily be challenged, but attention should also be drawn to the fact that the process of reasoning, is itself misleading. And that's why I like Walter Rodney's analysis. He questions the baked-in assumptions within the argument itself. He doesn't accept the argument at face value. He doesn't accept the framework at face value, which is the same thing that we should be doing in the present tense. He says the reasoning has some sentimental persuasiveness. It appeals to the common sentiment that, after all, there must be two sides to a thing. The argument suggests that on the one hand, that there was exploitation and oppression, but on the other hand, the colonial governments did much for the benefit of Africans and they developed Africa. It is our contention that this is completely false. Colonialism had only one hand, it was a one-armed bandit. And not to mention, Europe spent centuries laying the groundwork for colonialism. It was called the pre-colonial period. It was something from the 1400s to the end of the 1800s. It was like 4 centuries. I mean, I forget exactly what date it started, when Europeans actually made physical contact with the African continent and then started to integrate and extract all these resources. But that in and of itself was not colonialism quite yet. As we know, colonialism, the colonialism of Africa, within the context of this new political economy called capitalism, that began in 1880, which was called the Scramble for Africa. That's when the Europeans made a conscious policy decision, conscious effort. They had a whole, they convened at some, congregation where all the heads of the state or the heads of these financial institutions, they all got together, all the bigwigs, and they said, all right, we're going to really go after Africa now. We're going to really colonize. And like I said, that began in 1880, and it ended roughly in 1960, in the anti-colonial movement of the 60s. But, obviously, the Epstein regime being as treacherous and duplicitous and deceitful as it is, they adapt and evolve new ways, and now there's neo-colonialism, right? Technology changes things. Much like the conception of what an empire is, what the British Empire was and what the American Empire is, they're 2 different entities, and they exacted domination through different means, and a large part of that was the innovation of technology, which we won't get into, but we could if we wanted. So he asks, what did colonial governments do in the interest of Africans? Supposedly they built railroads, schools, hospitals, and the like. The sum total of these services was amazingly small. For the first 3 decades of colonialism, hardly anything was done that could remotely be termed a service to the African people. It was, in fact, only after the last war that social services were built as a matter of policy. How little they amounted to does not really need illustrating. After all, the statistics which show that Africa today is underdeveloped are the statistics representing the state of affairs at the end of African independence in spheres such as health, housing, education, are often several times higher than the figures inherited by the newly independent governments. It would be an act of the most brazen fraud to weigh the paltry social amenities provided during the colonial epoch against the exploitation, and to arrive at the conclusion that the good outweighed the bad. Capitalism did bring social services to European workers, firstly, as a byproduct of providing such services for the bourgeoisie and the middle class, and later as a deliberate act of policy. Nothing remotely, you said that, is my voice too low? Okay, you're telling me I've got some problems, so let me see.
I'm trying to see. It just kicked me out of your live.
Why did it kick you out?
I don't know. It said stream has ended. I was like, what?
So my Twitch stream is fucked?
I'm trying to get back into it now, but it's like,
God damn it.
now it's moving
It's always something,
to
man.
chat.
What in the goddamn Sam Hill is going on in this motherfucker?
7 people in here.
But what does it look like? Is it,
It's like dark. I see the chat moving and processing though.
it's,
But
we've gone dark.
The screen is dark, yeah.
So you can't see me at all. But everything's the same as it was. Literally nothing has changed about the, yeah, maybe try refreshing. Nika J says refresh and that they see me.
I'm gonna try again.
I have butt face, says D's nuts. Thanks, butt face. Thanks, D's nuts.
Okay, now I see.
What if I put D's nuts in your butt face? All right, but is the volume okay? People say that the volume was too low. They say that's fake news, bro. The volume is good. My pants are full. I'm ready to notice. Any updates on Tom Alexandrovich? Wasn't that the pedophile that got deported to Israel? Who was what was he? He got in like a FBI sting operation while he was in Vegas at an anti-cyber like a cybersecurity seminar that was ostensibly put together to protect children from cyber trafficking, and then he's arrested for pedophilia. That guy? Are you tracking? Are you smelling what I'm stepping in? Do you get these vibes? Are you going to join the Discord like Obi-Wan is telling you to do? That could be any of the 9 guys just last week. That's a good point there. Let's see, what Israeli pedophile got deported this week? Was his name Shlomo? Was it Avram? Or was it Elon? Or was it Mordecai? Pin the pedophile on the donkey. Let's play a game. His name was Poindexter. Okay, the stream is fine, people. Just refresh if you're having issues. All right, I don't mean to belabor the point. I'm sure you're tired of me reading shit to you, trying to explain. I'm just up here on my pedo stall. We're talking about pedos, so I don't know. You know, it's just we're combating all the ignorance on the internet, and I see this shit and my blood turns cold. I go cold-blooded. Airstrike on Iran. American fighter jets have reportedly destroyed Iranian air bases. More than 200 missile attacks have been carried out on Iran so far. Look at this dumb dildo. He says, the Arab narrative is we hate Israel, so you must hate them and cut ties too. Our response, says Fatix Ahmed, we are not like other Muslims controlled by Saudi Arabia. Well, that's refreshing because the Muslims controlled by Saudi Arabia, Muslims are controlled by Israel with a broad stroke. So what are you saying? We are an independent Sunni Muslim nation with ties to Israel. The statements you issue won't change our relationship. Who the fuck are you talking about, dude? I gotta troll him. Toilet paper is fashion now? Really? Toilet paper? You're gonna wear a roll of toilet paper? Why do you want me to say that word for $2? I'm not gonna say it just because you want me to say it. I don't even know. I feel like I'm part of your. I'm not a pawn in your game. Okay. I'm not saying that word. You can say it. Otherwise, I mean, I'm not averse to saying it. I just don't want to say it because you told me to. He's a scammer. Let's ban him. Can we ban the scammer wanting me to talk about cryptocurrency? Ban that chode. We are very block heavy on this stream, baby. We don't take shit from no crypto chodes. And he's gone. And now that I ban him, I will now say, Bitcoin! But how is your Bitcoin doing? My stock just went up 5 shares. Mashugana. Machaim. That's what I'm screaming, Alex. Like, what is he trying to say? He's trying to be contrarian. It's like, dude. Saudi Arabia? Saudi Arabia? Is that what you're talking about? This is not the flex that you think it is, toilet paper boy. This is depressing. Because I mean, speaking of toilet paper, I use toilet paper. All right? I'm a very big proponent of toilet paper. That's why I like when people drop the Israeli flag in the chat, because I always need extra toilet paper. This guy says, the reason we're all getting cancer is because they're spraying chemicals everywhere, putting chemicals in our food, and I just found out yesterday that they even put chemicals in our toilet paper. It's not even safe to wipe your ass anymore, which is why I desperately need a bidet. But then again, that water's probably contaminated too. I mean, who are we kidding? They're deliberately giving us cancer, folks, so they can then make money off the chemotherapy. Can you believe that shit? Now I got to use my hands. I got to wipe with my hand. Bidet or bust. Research the company Bayer. I don't want to. Please. Can you do it for me and just tell me what you found out? They own Roundup, which causes cancer. They also sell cancer treatments. It's a dead giveaway. This is what happens when an economic system puts profits over everything, even human life. The sanctity of human life. In the political economy of capitalism, I don't think so. There's no sanctity. Here's PNN doing their thing.
Sir, I still have my question, sir. I'm going to need you to answer my question. Sir, I'm going to need it. No, I don't take off my mask. I keep the mask. Sir, what'd you say, sir? Sir, can I ask you, sir?
In the Marine Corps.
Can I ask you what your stance on Palestine is?
I served my country. Israel? You're waving the Israeli flag. What are you talking about? You're what? Whose country?
Can I ask you your stance on Palestine?
Simply asking you, do you believe in the Constitution?
Yes, I do.
America?
Have you heard of the First Amendment?
Yeah,
Have you heard of the First Amendment?
I heard it.
I'm honoring the First. Oh, you just hit me. He just hit me.
Got to give him the Israeli treatment. This man assaulted me.
That's a crime. Please don't.
That is a crime. Wait till I speak to my lawyer.
I don't care what you're pro. Don't touch me, please.
And we respect you, so please.
No, we don't respect you, sir. I don't.
All right,
respect you,
Grandpa.
sir.
I respect
Let's get you to bed, Grandpa.
your right to
But
speak.
I respect your rights, but I don't respect.
I don't respect that hat, Grandpa.
Sir, thank you. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Police officers are supposed to be here to separate them.
I'm not doing anything. This is my First Amendment. He was just lecturing me about the Constitution. Has he heard of the First Amendment? I don't know. This is a public space. There is no expectation of privacy.
Thank you.
There is no expectation of privacy. I am allowed to film. Free Palestine.
That guy's got balls of steel and not B-A-A-L-S, okay? Big, beautiful, hairy B-A-L-L-S. I mean, the noive, right? The noive of this guy to go walk up to an Israeli protest and start screaming, free, free, free Palestine. Causing all these supremacist Jays to lose their shits. They probably can't find their glasses now. And their shoes fall off. The noive of some of these people. Look at what Ben Shapiro is being reduced to. I have to check this out. So Ben Shapiro lost 90% of his viewership, so now he's making content like this. Ben versus Fortnite. And look, I mean, these are like my numbers. I get maybe 1,200 views in an hour, but I don't have 7 million followers. Okay? Pathetic. Ben versus Fortnite. I actually want to see this. Can we take a look at this video? It's got to be good. Ben versus Fortnite. Let's see what he's up to now. Did he crack 10K? Okay, he's at 40K from 2 days ago. Look at this. He's
footsteps on your screen. Oh, someone right in front of you. Aim downwards, aim downwards.
I'm trying to connect with the younger generation.
Oh, there's a guy. Oh, someone else killed him.
Look, see, I'm cool. I play video games.
Oh, you got ran over by a car.
Wow. Don't forget, I'm Yisrael Chai.
wow, this is terrible. Oh my God.
Ben plays Fortnite. Well, he tries to play.
So you have to explain to me what this game is, why it exists, and everything. I know
I'm trying to rehabilitate my image. Nobody likes me because I'm a Jewish supremacist. And people are recognizing that I'm actually an alien sent here to preserve the state of Israel while it parasitically eats up the entire country that I belong to.
Nothing about this other than I've seen a bunch of dumb children doing a dance that they call the Fortnite dance.
Now look at you. Now you've been reduced to playing the game that you characterize only dumb children play. Now who's the dummy boy? Oh my God. He's succumbing. He's conceding. This has been humbling himself.
Other than that, I don't know anything about it.
So Fortnite is a genre of video game called Battle Royale, where a bunch of players drop out of the sky, land on an island, and you pick up weapons and you fight each other until there's only one person standing. Fortnite is one of the most popular games to ever come out.
So it's like Israeli foreign policy.
At one time,
Ben should feel right at home.
They recorded, I think it was like 40.
Yeah, you just go into this new territory and just try to, kill as many people as possible. He's like, oh, okay, so Gaza.
5 million players playing at once with like hundreds of millions of downloads. We're gonna have you drop in. We're gonna see how you do. I'll teach you how to play it.
Okay.
Before we start, I think you should choose your skill.
7 million subscribers, 40,000 views. He's playing Fortnite. He's got 1,600 likes. Somebody says the fall off must be studied. You'll love this. Man, I haven't been watching it, but I've been seeing clips of him against my will for decades now. I mean, maybe easily over a decade. At least 12 to 13 years. And I'm like, every time he would show up on my feed, I'm like, people actually listen to this guy? He's such a smug, arrogant prick. He's condescending to everyone. Why would you listen to him? He hates you. Why? Somebody else says, imagine you're one of the Daily Wire employees laid off watching this. Somebody says, quote, we're losing the youth. Quick, what do we do? Exactly. That's exactly right. This is like a Family Guy cutaway gag. Playing Fortnite for Big Yahoo, says one chatter. Hello, my fellow kids. I know you can't see all the comments here, but just trust. I'm reading them to you, and they're funny. Wow. Okay. Hilarious. The fall off must be studied. Every time I see Reza Pahlavi, I always just want to go honk honk. Because look at that thing. That is a blockbuster of a nose. I feel like when they need to start fracking for oil beneath the Earth's crust, they should use this guy's nose as the drill. That is called blunt force trauma right there. Death by nose.
The millions of Iranians who have been silenced. But I can now say with confidence that silencing, that censorship.
Why are you speaking in English with Farsi subtitles? You're supposed to be the leader or the purported or projected leader of the Iranian people. Motherfucker can't even speak Farsi.
Is not just happening at the hands of the regime in Iran, but by the international and particularly the European media. So I want
What is up, my fellow Persian people?
to speak directly to the people of Europe.
Oh, okay. If he had said that, I want to speak directly to the people of Iran. Like, speaking English, okay.
In the past 2 weeks, I have had 2 press conferences, one in Stockholm and one yesterday in Berlin.
Nice.
Between them, more than 150 journalists attended.
The seat of Western finance capital. What?
We spent more than 2 hours together. And in those 2 hours, not a single of the 150 journalists asked me a question about the 40,000 Iranians slaughtered on the streets
God,
of my
of
country
course.
on January 8th.
Still lying. Still lying, I see. The 40,000 was killed in 3 hours, I'm telling you. I guess them telling us about it is proof. That's all the proof that we need. They said that it happened, so it happened. Obviously, we know factually around 3,000, and Dr. Morandi knows the exact number, but around 3,000 peaceful protesters and security officials were killed during those riots. Those Mossad riots, Mossad rent-a riots, and I mean, we've gone through it, right? I mean, if you guys need a crash course in how the Mossad fomented chaos in Iran, there's a lot of analysis about this. Alistair Crook talks about it, what they actually did, how they got it done, what the strategy was, and who the victims were. And there was no 40,000 killed by Iran. Yeah, it was rent-a-rioters, exactly. Paid for by the Mossad. It was contrived, okay? It wasn't an authentic, popular struggle against the Iranian government by its people. No. Don't believe that shit. You thought it was 5 million? I heard that, I don't know, the number changes every week. It's 20,000, it's 30,000, 4,000, 50,000. I mean, whatever. Suleiman's reporting 4 hours ago that Iran and the U.S. have reached an agreement regarding Iran's $12 billion in frozen assets held in Qatari banks, according to Al Jazeera. I don't know what that means in the face of, obviously, airstrikes being carried out by either side as we speak, which we should probably get in a live update about fairly soon here. You know what I've noticed is that Suleiman doesn't do his live spaces as much anymore. He used to be just at the start of this war, which was, that's logical, predictable. But I kind of miss popping into his spaces and seeing what people are talking about. So Suleiman, if you're listening, come on. Let's get back to work here. I'm just kidding. He's doing great work. All right. This says Cooked. It's a clip of Mike Ozempic, former Secretary of State under Donald J. Trump's first term, I believe. His name's Mike Pompeo, but he used to be a fat ass, and then he took some Ozempic. So we call him Mike Ozempic now, because he's skinny, but it's not genuine. And look at that schnozzleberry.
This is what human decency demands. You don't let a radical regime close off the global economy by firing Shaheed missiles into nations that did nothing. Right, they're firing into civilians in the United Arab Emirates even just this week.
They didn't do nothing.
Something that the world can accept. And so this
They didn't. The UAE did not do nothing except for provide the logistical, tactical, operational support needed by the Americans to carry out strikes against Iran.
monster is worthy of the hunt.
You do know, Mike, that we started the war.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Oh, no.
Wow, John Mearsheimer. Oh, great. Actually, this is awesome. I would love to see the whole thing.
No. See,
They weren't firing those missiles until Israel and the United States attacked Iran.
Oh, look, he got him out of his chair. It's like it was the same vibes as Alex Karp squirming when he's on the stage and a Palestinian heckler accuses him of all these crimes, and he has to Mike Ozempic, Exhibit A.
Welcome to 1979, when the revolutionary regime began to kill Europeans.
You do know that
we right.
democratically elected government in 1954.
Just for the record,
Boom! You saw that? Mike Ozempic got outflanked by Truth in the past. Because look at what just happened. He's crying about Iran basically defending itself. Because let's face it, folks, Iran has the right to defend itself. If a country gets attacked, they have a right to defend themselves. And Iran was attacked. They have a right to defend themselves. I know the volume's not too good. Here, I'll turn it up. And so what is Mike Ozempic? So he says that, and this guy is like, well, we started the war. We started attacking Iran. Mike Ozempic then retaliates by saying, well, 1979, okay? And it's ever since 1979, they've been going after Americans. It's like, actually, we couped their government in 1954 or 1953. So you see? It's like every time they want to pearl clutch about some Iranian aggression, which actually ends up being retaliation or resistance or defense, lo and behold, we find an American war crime that preceded it every time.
You were talking about this.
You don't think Iran has? You think Iran's forgotten about that?
No, I suspect they've not.
You don't think Iran remembers that we supported Saddam Hussein in the Iran-Iraq War?
And gave him chemical weapons to use against the Iranians?
I know this.
About this?
I know that.
In fact, the people that fought in that war are now populating all of the governmental positions in Iran. So yeah, they definitely remember.
Other countries have history.
Do you think Iran is a monster?
Other countries have history. He literally has to say it.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
What do you say? Do I think what?
I know that.
Other countries have history.
Do you think Iran is a monster?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't think there's. I'm glad I don't live there. I think many countries do many bad things, including my own, and I wouldn't call the United States a monster.
But Stephen,
Well, I would.
Do also remember that we wouldn't have had October 7th if we hadn't had Iranian support for Hamas.
Oh my God, there's so much ignorance in that. We wouldn't have had October 7th without the Israeli occupation of the Gaza Strip, you dumb bitch. It's because resistance is justified when people are occupied. You turd. You want to start playing that game? I love when they want to go back in history. Let's take a look at the historical record, please. Please. And also she says, oh, the Iranian support for Hamas. Bitch, Netanyahu funded Hamas. It's the divide and conquer tactic. They wanted Hamas to form a wedge between the people and the PLO, or wanted to dismantle, the Palestinian Authority by, funding an opposition group. Because it's divide and conquer, folks.
I agree. We wouldn't have had October 7th if we'd gotten peace in the Middle East, and that's a much longer story.
It is, and every single U.S. president has tried and will continue to.
Not very hard.
But it is very important to emphasize there's no evidence that Iran even knew about
October 7th, much
Oh
less
my
positive.
goodness! Oh my goodness! I'm sure it is lovely to live where you live and believe.
But no, bitch. If you have some evidence that counters what John Mearsheimer just said, then present it. But you don't need to go calling him a lunatic and living in La La Land. Present the evidence if you have an argument.
There's no evidence in the public.
You can't, yeah, it's like there's no evidence. Okay, if you disagree with that, if you think there is, show the evidence.
Record of that.
Oh my goodness!
You can't prove something didn't happen, you know? If you want to, you can't provide evidence for something that didn't happen. If you're saying that it did happen, you have to provide evidence for it. I would love to see that full debate. I don't know, maybe we could watch it. She sucks. Who was that? I forgot her name. Definitely a punchable face. That wasn't Victoria Nuland, was it? No, I don't think so. But a Victoria Nuland type. This is how they get you, guys. Tom Steyer is a billionaire, but he favors trans athletes. He champions trans rights.
I think when you understand the vulnerability, the stress, the danger of being a trans kid, and you understand that almost half of them try to commit suicide.
Yeah.
And then you think we're going to punish those kids. We're going to cut them off from team sports. We're going to cut them off from participating in the community. We're going to cut them off from fun.
Oh, that was Victoria Nuland? Mm.
It's like, no, we're not. No, we're not. And, you know, as someone who played sports my whole life and loved sports and loved playing sports, they're more important things than whether you start on your high school basketball team.
I think there's more important things than starting a debt vulture capital investment hedge fund where you invest heavily in the coal industry in impoverished countries, turning them into debt slaves, making millions off the private prison industry, which Tom Steyer has done.
And that is standing up for people who are under threat of death.
He says he's standing up for people under the threat of death, but meanwhile, his functional role in society is to perpetuate the misery and the violence of poor people through the simple act of hoarding billions of dollars of wealth in his name, of which he accumulated by investing in this awful, disgusting supply chain, which impoverished countries like Ethiopia, Mozambique, Indonesia. And he's been embroiled in controversies and faced a lot of activist backlash over the years because of his company, which is called Farallon Capital. It's a hedge fund worth $44 billion. Trying to find, here. Farallon Capital has faced structured criticism from student activist groups, environmental organizations, investigative journalists, and sovereign debt advocacy groups because hedge funds are designed to strictly to maximize risk-adjusted returns for their institutional clients. Their capital deployment is frequently clashed with broader social and environmental goals. The most heavily documented criticism stems from Farallon's extensive global investments in fossil fuels. According to investigative reporting by the New York Times during Tom Steyer's leadership, Farallon poured hundreds of millions of dollars into coal mining companies and coal-fired power plants across the United States, Australia, and Indonesia. While receiving money from Farallon, these coal entities collectively increased their production by an estimated 70 million tons annually. Most notably, Farallon became a primary shareholder in Whitehaven Coal, funding the controversial open-cut Maules Creek black coal mine in Australia, which drew heavy local protests from environmentalists and indigenous groups. In the mid-2000s, Farallon became the target of a multi-campus university protest movement called Un-Farallon, orchestrated by student groups at elite schools like Yale, Stanford, Duke, University of Penn. These universities were major investors in Farallon via their multi-billion-dollar school endowments. Students accused Farallon of using university endowment funds to back ethically compromised assets. Beyond fossil fuels, the coalition criticized Farallon for owning roughly $90 million in stock in the Corrections Corporation of America, the largest private prison operator in the United States, which activists targeted for predatory labor practices and for profiting off of incarceration. They also protested Farallon's backing of the Baca Ranch Water Project in Colorado, which local environmental groups argued would drain and severely damage the fragile San Luis Valley ecosystem. Farallon's practice of buying up distressed debt has drawn fierce pushback from international economic organizations and debt relief nonprofits. Organizations like Debt Justice have categorized Farallon as a debt vulture for its aggressive legal handling of developing nations experiencing financial crises. For instance, Farallon and partner firms sued the Mozambican government in UK courts after the country defaulted on hidden state-backed debts. More recently, Farallon led private lender groups in rejecting debt relief proposals from the financially distressed Ethiopian government, threatening litigation to extract more lucrative repayment terms than what bilateral government lenders, were willing to accept. But as long as Tom gets his third mega yacht, then who cares about the impoverished Ethiopians in the wake of his economic onslaught? While Farallon historically maintained a quiet market presence, its modern pivot into hostile corporate governance has drawn complaints from targeted boards of directors, particularly in international markets like Japan. So they're trying to rehabilitate him as the billionaire who chose, look at this, the billionaire who chose principle over profit. And that's according to a website called verifiedinvesting.com. Yes, the billionaire who chose principle over profit. If a billionaire chose principle over profit, they would immediately cease to be billionaires. Principally. Because principally, you can't be a billionaire without choosing profits over human life. It comes with the territory. You must be this tall to ride the ride of capitalism. You could insert or replace the word tall with sociopathic, of course, greedy, selfish, narcissistic. Basically all of the terrible traits that humans can embody in their behavior. That's what it takes to become a billionaire. I don't think we should be glorifying them. I certainly don't think we should be electing them to the power of public office. In other news, Trump has announced plans to rebuild the Pentagon into the Star of David. That's the new design. He's going to start on that project just after he finishes the ballroom, as it were. Back to Tom Steyer, he asks, would you rather have a billionaire who fights for working people or a career politician who fights for billionaires? That's it. Those are the two options we have for governor of California. A billionaire or a politician who fights for billionaires? Don't fuck this up, Californians.
No, I'm the only billionaire on the ballot, but I'm not the only billionaire in the race. The billionaires are supporting Matt Mahan. The big corporations are supporting Javier Becerra. I'm the person who's not taking their money.
Because you're already a billionaire, you idiot. What money do you need? He's the effect. He's the result of all the corruption. No corporate money for me. I am the corporate interest. Thank you.
Not going to do what they want. Who's not promising the behind closed doors that don't worry, I've got your back. I'm the person right now looking you in the eye and saying, I'm taking those people on. I'm really proud to be endorsed by a lot
Not the first billionaire to look us in the eye and fuck us in the ass at the same time, right? Not the first billionaire to look us in the eye and lie through your teeth.
Of organized unions, by the school employees, by the UDW, which is the domestic workers, by Unite Here, which is the restaurant and hotel workers, by the nurses. They are endorsing me because they know where I stand. They need someone to do what I'm talking about doing. I'm not a billionaire protecting the system or protecting my own money. I'm the person saying, let's make billionaires like me pay more. That's what's fair.
You could literally just pay more. There's nothing that stops you from, you know, if you really were principally tied to everything that you're paying lip service to, you could literally just divest your vast personal fortune. You don't even have to run for governor of California to do that, okay? You can do that now. You are part of the problem. All you have to do is divest. And you could raise the living standards of the working class. And maybe even set an example. But no. People don't like when I say that Mao was one of the greatest humans ever to live. But it's the truth. Sabby Sab says Larry Fink can fuck all the way off. The CEO of BlackRock, Larry Fink, admits that the trillions of dollars being used to build data centers and power grids will come from, ding, 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 ordinary people's savings accounts and pension funds, and says that it is mandatory. That's how BlackRock obviously is making hand over fist and record-breaking profits. It's by stealing poor people's pension funds.
If we could get more and more Americans to think about growing with the United States, we will have far than enough money to invest in this infrastructure.
Far than enough? That's not a fucking phrase. What are you talking? What's wrong with you?
But as the governor was talking about, the need for electrons is growing every day.
The need for electrons? Of all the things we need as a human race, do we need more electrons? Maybe we could feed more people. Maybe we could house more people. No, it's those electrons, of course. We need more electrons. That's the pressing issue of the day.
Some of these, you know, if we're going to be the leader in technology...
What the fuck does that mean, the need for electrons?
Which we are. If we are going to be the leader in AI, which we presently are, it's just going to require trillions of dollars of investments. And if we don't invest in it, China will be the global leader in this. And so, to me, it's not whether.
It's happening regardless. Larry Fink, Finkelstein, Finkenheimer. It's already happening. Doesn't matter what you do. You can take your trillions and shove it up your ass for all I care. China is winning.
Must.
Every venture capitalist is telling us we must beat China. Remember Kevin O'Leary? He's like, I just want to beat China. That's why I want to make myself rich. I'm doing it for national patriotism, really, as a Canadian, which Kevin O'Leary is.
And if you think about how that translates, it translates into a more dynamic economy.
Dynamic economy for who?
We need the United States economy to grow at over 2%. We need the U.S. economy to grow at 3%, especially with the growing deficits the federal government has. And so much of this money, not just the projects, is going to be coming from the private sector, from savings accounts, from pension accounts, from insurance companies, and on and on and on.
That's our money, by the way.
The whole world.
That's our retirement money. That's the money that we need to live off of after we've slaved away our entire lives for this system.
Is in need of improving.
They're not done. They want our retirement money too. They not only want our blood, sweat, and tears. They're coming for our retirement.
infrastructure.
And they already got it. Retiring? In this
We can get
economy?
more and more.
You crazy? Dr. Morandi says Hezbollah strikes tanks while the Zionists bomb apartment blocks. Western journalists and diplomats pretend that they represent the civilized world. They are the barbarians of our time. Look at this fucking insane clown and his posse. B. Itamar Ben-Gvir join a hate terror group as a teenager, steal Itzhak Rabin's car emblem. We got to his car. We'll get to him too. Weeks later, Rabin is assassinated. Chance of peace destroyed. And here's just a list of all of his depraved behavior. And look at that picture. Jesus Christ. And then look at this picture. These are real pictures. Itamar Ben-Gvir just got banned from France, too. The far-right national security minister just got banned from France after taunting detained Gaza flotilla activists on camera. This is the same man who was a teenage Kahanist with a long rap sheet for racism and terrorism. I think he's certainly the only national security minister of Israel to be charged with and indicted for terrorism. That's a fact. Just think about that. The Israeli government indicted their national security minister before he became national security minister as a terrorist. If you got the Israeli government calling you a terrorist, I mean, and you're, part of that, I mean, obviously they call everyone they don't like a terrorist, but to call Itamar Ben-Gvir a terrorist, that's just a sign of how bad this dude really is. He keeps a portrait of a terrorist in his home and has celebrated terrorist acts for years, yet he was handed control of the police. This week he filmed himself waving the Israeli flag and taunting zip-tied activists, including Europeans, who were forced to kneel in front of him as he called himself the landlord. France's response was immediate, full entry ban, calling his behavior reprehensible. The most radical voice in the cabinet just kept getting more power, and now the whole world knows his name. Israel killed Mena today in Gaza, dropping a bomb on the tent serving as her classroom. Western journalists don't care. They have debts to pay. They need their jobs. Yeah, I see heartbreaking videos every day. I saw one earlier today of a man, I think it was a Lebanese man, holding his dead daughter of 6 years old, crying his eyes out, and it's just, I started crying too. Here is Netanyahu's gambit. He says, we're at war with Hezbollah. In recent weeks alone, our heroic fighters have eliminated more than 600 terrorists. I want you to know this is more than 600 terrorists. But we are not taking our foot off the gas. Why is he saying that? Because of the Iran peace deal that Trump was touting. As we noted earlier, Netanyahu comes in to sabotage always. Always must sabotage the threat of peace. There can never be an outbreak of peace. You understand? On the contrary, I said to step on the gas even more. He says, we will strike them. True, they are firing drones at us, FPV drones. We have a special team working on this, and we will solve this as well. Sure, just like you solved Gaza, just like you solved Hamas, just like you solved Iran.
רק בשבועות האחרונים, הלוחמים הגיבורים שלנו חיסלו
That's all I hear. Bunch of gobbledygook. Shut up and speak a real language. Netanyahu and the Israeli regime are desperately trying to wreck any potential agreement by carrying out mass slaughter in Lebanon. The IDF said today on U.S. Memorial Day, we honor the American troops who risk their lives for, get this, their country. I'm pretty sure they mean Israel. Sean King says if 9 Jewish paramedics were killed anywhere in the world, it would be called terrorism, and we'd never hear the end of it. Israel slaughtered 9 paramedics in 72 hours, most of which we've seen on film, and we only hear their names on Twitter. 9 paramedics, 72 hours. Here they are. May they rest in peace. Just in, Pope Leo, what is that, the 14th? Pope Leo the 14th calls to disarm AI. He says artificial intelligence needs to be disarmed. The word is strong, I know, but deliberately chosen. Chosen? AI now demands to be disarmed, freed from logics that turn it into an instrument of domination, exclusion, and death. He's on point because you can't separate the dancer from the dance. You can't separate the AI from the humans that trained it, that fed it, the Reddit slop. All of the political biases, all of the racism, the misogyny, etc., whatever, is baked into these chatbots. That's how they learned. We taught them. Who would have thought a society so depraved was going to produce what, a ideologically, morally pure robot? That's not how that works. Like nuclear energy, it must be at the service of all and of the common good.
Artificial intelligence needs to be disarmed.
I know. First time I agree with a fucking pope.
The word is strong, I know.
Pope has a very large, extra large, in fact, tiny hat. His tiny hat is stupendous.
But deliberately chosen because this moment needs words.
Chosen, you say?
Words capable of attracting attention, awakening consciences, and indicating paths forward for humanity. The Church has long been working for nuclear disarmament.
Nuclear?
Aware that every great technical power can affect people's lives, and so must be accompanied by adequate moral discernment and public control. Nuclear disarmament remains a service to peace and the dignity of the human family. In a similar sense, artificial intelligence now demands to be disarmed, freed from logics that turn it into an instrument of domination, exclusion, and death. Like nuclear energy, it must be at the service of all and of the common good.
Thank you for correcting me, ZMCG, for that pronunciation error.
Artificial intelligence.
In keeping with this idiocy, Sam Altman says a kid born today will never be smarter than AI, and yet they can't even define what being smart is. What does that mean? They can't even define. There is no scientifically agreed upon definition of intelligence. You know that, right? There's no scientifically agreed upon definition of artificial intelligence. So when you hear somebody talking about this intelligence or this is smart or that is smart, you have to consider what position in the economy does that person saying this take? And in this case, Sam Altman is a multi-billionaire, and he's talking about intelligence. He's talking about smartness. Well, intelligence for who? Intelligence in the service of what? He said, let's see, they're framing humanity as inferior to AI so they can rewire our society and usher in their AI mass surveillance dystopia. But AI is not superior to humanity. It is fake and gay, and we are real and gay. We must always put humanity first.
Will never be smarter than AI, ever. A kid born today will never be smarter than AI, ever. And a kid born today, by the time that kid like kind of understands.
So what does that make you, you dumb fuck?
The way the world works, will just always be used to an incredibly fast rate of things improving and discovering.
I mean, and how does the world work, Scam Altman?
New science. They will never know any other world. It will seem totally natural. It will seem unthinkable and Stone Age-like that we used to use computers or phones or any kind of technology that was not way smarter than we were. You know, we will think like how bad those people of the 2020s had it.
I think we're going to say that too, but not for the reasons you're thinking. Look at this. Hezbollah smoked another terrorist pig. It's a sad day. They got Eyebrows Johnson. They got Mordecai Brows. It's a sad, sad day. A wonderful young man. Fought with valor and diapers and defended with devotion, with his pants full. Benjamin Nosferatu sends his heartfelt condolences to the family. I left a comment there, but I'm not going to read it to you. But you can read it if you'd like. So, oh no, anyway. What is Team U up to? Why is this post spiritually Israeli? Do you guys need a mini excavator? They're going on sale right now. Everything must go. It's a clearance sale for Team U. So get your mini excavator today, I guess. If you happen to be, I don't know, living in the West Bank and need to demolish a Palestinian settlement. Garden essentials. Gotta get your mini excavator. Why did I do this? Let's see. It says, this is Elon Musk quote tweeting this person. It says, leftism was always a pseudo-radical movement. They don't want to smash the system and eat the rich. They want to control the system and become the rich. So leftists are really just Elon Musk? Why would that be bad? Why would it be bad that we actually, the poor majority, actually want to control the system and become the rich? We're the people that produce the economy. We work the supply chain. We're indispensable. We're essential. COVID proved that. Of course we want to become rich. Of course, we want what's been stolen from us. Yes, we want to control the system. It's called the dictatorship of the proletariat. We don't want to live in a capitalist dictatorship anymore. So, thank you. Yes, we want to control the system. We want what is rightfully ours. We want the enrichment of the working class. Definitely. We don't want to become billionaires. We don't want to exploit people. We just want what's ours. We want to live with dignity. We want to have more, yes. We want what's been stolen from us. I don't know why that's such a big revelation. This meme is going around. I've never watched it, but this person's blowing up because of this video. I don't really get the context. I don't know who that is or what the actual original context was. Is this it?
What is that? What is that?
Does anybody know who is that? I need more context, but we're going to move on. This explains it all. Trump, we have a deal. Netanyahu, nope. Trump, deal's off. That says it all right there. Thank you so much, Jiffy. The mascot for the organization behind Cars for Kids scam is a literal stack of $5 bills called Five-ish. Not a joke. Look up the Five-ish dance. It's amazing. Okay, I don't know if you're trying to troll me or not, but... Don't look it up. Okay, he's trying to troll me. I know about Kids for Cars. Or Cars for Kids. I don't know about the Five-ish dance. It's not a troll. Okay. All right, do you want me to look it up? Here I go. Five-ish dance. Dance the Five-ish. Let's see. Oh yeah, it is a stack of $5 bills. Dance the Five-ish. Do you have the moves? It's anti-Semitic to laugh? Okay, I'm not gonna laugh. Pull it together. Pull it together.
The returns on our last advertising campaign are not
the tiny hat man speaketh.
Not what we had expected. Our proposal to the government to advertise on the back of $5 bills has been turned down. We need to focus on retaking control of the $5 bill. What's going on here? Why are you all so distracted? Let me see. Five-ish. Five-ish has no place in this office. He is nothing more than a distraction. Competition, a threat to our entire line, to everything we stand for.
Sir, there's a package that just arrived for you. It looks
No, don't worry.
I'm sending it up to you right away.
Oh, no, that's not necessary.
Wow. That felt weird. Wave your hands and bring them down. Slide right, slide left, turn around. Roll your hands from high to low, and that's how the Five-ish goes. Now you try it.
Wave your hands and bring them down. Slide right, slide left, and turn around. Roll your hands from high to low, and that's how the Five-ish goes.
Five-ish, Five-ish, everyone. Dance the Five-ish, you'll have fun. Five-ish, Five-ish, you're very...
We love money.
Bring Five-ish to your home. Five-ish, Five-ish, everyone.
It's the Jewish SpongeBob.
Dance the Five-ish, you'll have fun. You can dance the Five-ish too. Come and I'll teach you.
Come and I'll teach you.
This seems perfectly normal.
Wave your hands and bring them down. Slide right, slide left, and turn around. Roll
I'm not high enough for this.
And that's how the five-ish go.
Five-ish, everyone. Dance the five-ish, you'll have fun. Five-ish, your very own. Bring five-ish to your home. Five-ish.
This is one of those things I'm going to have nightmares about.
Everyone.
I'm going to be attacked by a $5 bill in my dreams. I just know it.
Dance the five-ish, you'll have fun. You can dance the five-ish too. Come and I'll teach you.
Come and be a Jew. That did not look like that came out of that body, that sound.
Get your own plush 5-ish free with your $260
fuck
donation
yeah.
to Ura's auction.
Oh,
it
hell
looks
yeah, dude.
exactly like me.
Dance the five-ish, you'll have fun. Five-ish,
Rabbi Shmuley Rosenberg directed that. It was the give this man an Oscar, Steen. It was directed and written by There's another Rabbi Shmuley. They're proliferating. This one's Shmuley Rosenberg. Rabbi Shmuley Rosenberg. Director of photography was Moshe Bree. Just in case you guys wanted to know, the concept was provided by Rabbi Elitza Spitzer. You can't make this shit up. His name was Rabbi Elitza Spitzer. Rabbi Elijah Spitzer, Mrs. S.T. Barker. Let's see, who was it composed by? I gotta know. I gotta get this guy for my bar mitzvah. Yep, it was Rabbi Shmuley Rosenberg. It was mastered by Gene Paul. Five-ish. At G&J Studio. What is the G&J stand for? Goy and Jew? Five-ish, Mrs. Rivki Gobioff. These names are just so funny to me. Five-ish. Dude, it took fucking 3 people to write the lyrics. How many Jews does it take to write a children's song? To come up with the lyrics? Did Mrs. S.D. Barker say, let's have the chorus go five-ish, and then Mrs. Rivki Gobioff piped in and says, yeah, you'll have fun. And then Rabbi Shmuley was like, yeah, what's the other? All right, I don't know. My God, that was awful. That was everyone. Fuck it. I don't want to hear that anymore. Thank you. Well, you guys made that sound like that was like a big deal. Like, oh my God, like you play this video, the FBI is gonna come knocking on your door. Like that shit didn't happen.
FBI, open up!
Shit! Fuck! Not again. Please. Make it stop! Oh my God! Fucking shit! Oh. That was a lot. I'm glad that's over with. Damn. Here is Trump every time his ratings go down.
FIB Special Agent, I got this covered!
Detain this man!
Fuck you, I should detain you, I just took a bullet for my country!
That's in response to the news report that the White House was locked down after as many as 30 shots were fired in its vicinity. Conspicuously, that was just after Trump announced that there was an Iranian peace deal. And immediately there's a shooting at the White House. Look at this. Look at this. This guy says, I am not Jewish. I am not Israeli. I am black. I am Christian. I am Nigerian. And then he says, the more Israeli history you know, the more pro-Israel you will be. Mr. Gabanga says this. So I just responded with a quote of his. I'm black, Christian, and Nigerian. And then we have obviously a picture of that black Christian Nigerian making the post. It was funny. Yeah, Pupula is his name. Pupula. They're all named Pupu. And by they, I mean these Zionists. You got Rabbi Pupu. You got Mr. Gabanga Pupu. And just in case you were lost in the sauce, the real welfare queen in America is Jeff Bezos. He's worth $279 billion. And he pays wages so low, his workers rely on food stamps and Medicaid, while he sails on his $500 million mega yacht to his $55 million wedding to give his wife a $5 million ring because his tax rate is less than 1%. The more Israeli history you know, the more pro-Israel you will be. Actually, literally the opposite of what happens. Daniel Davis, who I respect, President Trump is not well, he says, and should either resign or be legally removed from office before it's too late. On Saturday, he claimed an agreement has been largely negotiated between Iran and the U.S. to end the war and reopen the straits. Then earlier today, he says if he makes a deal, then implies it won't include unfreezing Iranian cash, a stated requirement of Iran. And finally, just an hour ago, he posts the below image without explanation of a bomb dropping, likely meaning that he was referring to Iran. Thank you for your attention in this matter. This is the President of the United States is sharing this. And Iran is the 7th century barbarians? What? These radical shifts, unsubstantiated claims of negotiated deals that haven't been agreed to, then admitting there may be no deal, and finally implying he's ready to return to war. Yeah, the gaslighting continues. How could any country trust this man to negotiate anything? Answer, they can't and they won't. And Iran won't as well. That is a danger to America. President Trump has already taken us to war with Iran on outright fraudulent claims. He had a diplomatic off-ramp on a golden platter on the 26th of February that should have obviated the need for war, but he chose to attack anyway. That's because he's being blackmailed by Mossad, leading directly to the unnecessary deaths of 13 Americans and the wounding of 400 more. Now he is proving he's incapable or unwilling to take a diplomatic off-ramp again. If he does not take the walk-away option and does stumble us back into war, he should resign immediately. So, if he does not walk away, he should resign immediately. If he's unwilling, the cabinet officials should invoke the 25th Amendment, and failing that, the House should do its job to impeach President Trump, and the Senate should vote to remove him from office. Well, the problem is that the House of the Representatives will probably impeach President Trump, and the Senate won't remove him from office. That's how this works. If none act, and if the president takes us back to war illegally, we will suffer severe harm, and every member of the cabinet and Congress will be equally guilty for their failure to keep Americans safe. Make Americans safe again. Lots of rumors are swirling about a potential deal between Iran and America. Unfortunately, this topic turns many into emotional dickheads. Apparently, Trump is under fierce pressure to back away from any deal. Also, rumors the Strait of Hormuz returns to pre-war conditions. This would surprise me. Iran should insist on owning, controlling, and tolling it. So on the off chance that this isn't a quick pump and dump scheme to make billions on the stock market, what are your thoughts? I've been saying for a while, says Adam, that Iran won a long time ago, and Trump will crack eventually and a deal will be made. Not sure if it's now, though. Also, what would it mean if Israel isn't able to veto this? Are they playing possum just to attack Iran later again, or something else? We haven't even talked about Ukraine and Russia, but it looks like they're headed for... actually, Russia is headed for war against Europe, is what a lot of people are saying. All right, let's move. Let's take a look at Al Jazeera for a second and see if there are some pressing updates from the theater of war.
Al Jazeera, La Paz, Bolivia.
Rescue teams have called off the search for 17 people trapped under a collapsed building in the city of Angeles in northern Philippines. At least 4 others are confirmed to have been killed in the incident. A 9-story building that was still under construction collapsed before dawn on Sunday. Emergency responders managed to pull 27 survivors from the rubble, but a rescue operation has now become a recovery mission. Authorities have launched an investigation into the cause of the collapse. All right, let's speak to Barnaby Lowe, who is live for us in Angeles in the Philippines. So, Barnaby, why has the search and rescue operations been halted? I mean, are they...
There was a terrorist attack in Pakistan, train bomb in Pakistan's Baloch region. It's got Israel written all over it. At least 24 people were killed and more than 50 injured when a suicide car bomb detonated on a train carrying soldiers in Quetta, capital of the southwestern Pakistani province of Balochistan. The attack came amid Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif's 4-day visit to China and the day before his meeting in Beijing with China's President Xi Jinping, marking 75 years of diplomatic ties between the two nations. Pakistan is among an exclusive group of countries China regards as an all-weather strategic partner, with ties featuring close economic, trade, and security cooperation. Responsibility for the train attack was claimed by the Balochistan Liberation Army, but really that's a Mossad cutout that's armed and funded by the Mossad. Yeah, it's always the Mossad. Even if it's the CIA, it's the Mossad. And it makes sense because Pakistan is at the center of these negotiated agreements between Iran and the United States, and Israel is punishing Pakistan for facilitating the threat of peace. An armed Baloch separatist, I don't know if I said that right, Baloch, Malak, Bal, whatever the fuck, separatist group which, apart from calling for an independent state, also strongly objects to large-scale Chinese investment in the region. It really is that there's that principal contradiction, you know? Indigenous nationalism versus Mossad-backed imperial capitalism. And, of course, these separatist forces want to vilify China while accepting funding from the Mossad. Go figure. While the BLA has long carried out attacks that have killed civilians and members of the security forces in Balochistan and beyond. Oh my God, that dude in San Francisco, what did he do? Oh my God, he just subscribed for 4 months and it scares me. It scares me, the love that I receive daily from this community. Thank you so much to that dude in San Francisco. What a guy. What a gem. What a dude. What a dude guy. What a guy, dude. What are you saying okay for, Thugbone? I'm sorry. Was I speaking to you? Only speak when spoken to, Thugbone. This isn't the thuggish ruggish bone anymore. Drama queen? Oh my God. Are you kidding me? I'm not a drama queen. I'm very calm. I never crash out on the stream. I'm always calm, collected, buttoned up, professional. I have great temperament. in fact. That's what your mother told me. She says that I have the largest temperament that she's ever seen, and it scares her sometimes how much she loves it. I'm trying to recover from the insults. Just give me a second. Got to keep my composure here. Pull it together. Remember that I control me. It's all within me. Feel that power. Let the Spirit move you. It wasn't just okay, Garble. It was the way that it came across. And you know that. You garbage human being. Super garbage, as I like to say. We're going to go hard. We're going to go hard in that paint. Let me paint you a picture. I'm picture perfect. I paint a perfect picture. I think about, there's a rise in all these little seemingly unrelated terrorist actions. But it's really all connected, it's the war. It's like there's a war happening, and then more people die in the periphery too. All this escalation of violence can be laid squarely at the feet of Israel, obviously. Drop a like and subscribe and hit me with some toilet paper while you're at it, because I'm running low. What are we supposed to make of this? Are you being ironical? We love Israel. And Israel Chai, just remember that this stream is sponsored by the IDF and Pampers. I'm not your guy, pal. Okay. What happened in Sunday's attack? Reporting from the scene, Al Jazeera's Kamal Haider said several houses and buildings adjacent to the railway line were severely damaged in the blast, which caused train carriages to overturn and catch fire. According to local media reports, a state of emergency was declared at public hospitals in Quetta. I feel goofy saying that. Did I get that right? Quetta? Makes me think of Queef. Queefa. Quetta. With doctors and other medical staff ordered to remain on duty. Footage shared online showed charred vehicles and train carriages lying on their sides with thick plumes of black smoke rising into the sky. Pakistan has experienced several attacks by separatist groups in recent months. The attacks have increased in ferocity and have also targeted Chinese workers amid protests over Beijing-backed infrastructural projects in Balochistan. Somebody tell the Chinese that communism was Jewish. As part of the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor Project, one of the main arms of China's Belt and Road Initiative designed to improve trading routes, how dare they, China's Xinjiang region has been connected to Pakistan's deep-sea Gwadar port on the Arabian Sea in Balochistan. Sorry, lots of pronouns I have not seen before, and I'm struggling hard to pronounce them. I'll give you that. I'm trying. It's a lot of words. Pakistani Prime Minister Sharif condemned Sunday's train attack in Quetta in a post on X. Such cowardly acts of terrorism cannot weaken the resolve of the people of Pakistan. We remain steadfast in our determination to eliminate terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, he said. He added that while initial reports indicated a suicide bombing, this has not been officially confirmed. If it is, Yunus Samad, an emeritus professor of South Asian Studies at the University of Bradford in the UK, told Al Jazeera this would reflect tactics that insurgent organizations in the region have increasingly adopted over recent years. So naming the thing without naming the thing, right? Of insurgent organization, what could that be? Mossad. There are also persistent claims regarding the circulation of sophisticated weaponry originating from stockpiles left behind after the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. Are we seeing a new phase of armed separatist attacks in Balochistan? According to research gathered by the independent Islamabad-based think tank Pakistan Institute for Peace Studies, Balochistan recorded at least 254 attacks in 2025, 26% more than in 2024. See, I say that trend, that, you know, terroristic violence is on the rise. It's because war has broken out. We have a psychopathic state that is just terrorizing every one of its neighbors and beyond. A December 2025 report published by Independent Conflict Monitor Armed Conflict Location and Event Data, ACLED, found that separatists had also intensified attacks and pressure on security forces. This is exactly the Mossad playbook in Iran. They attack the Iranian security forces, triggering more violence, of course. But what they did in Iran, they'd set up like a sniper on a roof somewhere, and then they would clip off a few peaceful protesters. The security forces would arrive. They'd shoot them too, and then the police are confused. They think, there's armed people in the crowd, and then chaos ensues, and the hand rubbing intensifies. The report said the number of attacks using IEDs and grenades, mainly targeting convoys and police stations, grew by more than 65% in the first 11 months of 2025 compared to the same time period in 2024. That violence was moving eastward. It had to take it was in Gaza and had to move. It took time for it to vacate and or at least expand, I should say. The Global Terrorism Index, there's a Global Terrorism Index report this year found that there has been more Baloch armed group activity in Pakistan in 25 as well. The GTI is an annual report published by the Australia-based independent think tank Institute for Economics and Peace, of course. Its 2026 report states that the BLA was responsible for Pakistan's largest terror attack of 2025. So when we see BLA, we just think MOSSAD. Seeing me on Piers Morgan taking apart all these propaganda Zioghouls would be insane. That's a much needed reality check. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. People have been saying that for years. I don't know. I never got the call. Shapiro Steen never called me to be on Piers Morgan. So, but I'd be happy to do it. But you've got the likes of Anna Kasparian, you've got Norman Finkelstein, you've got John Mearsheimer, you've got Aaron Mate, Max Blumenthal. You've got all kinds of really well-informed and people that are able to combat the Hasbara. So, that's good. So, its 2026 report states that the BLA was responsible for Pakistan's largest terror attack of 25 when the Jafar Express, a train traveling from Quetta to Peshawar, was hijacked in March. So this is not the first time there's been some train terror attack. The BLA claimed responsibility and reported that 6 military personnel had been killed, hundreds of people taken hostage. Okay. The BLA, who are they? It's a suicide squad called the Majid Brigade, or they have a suicide squad called the Majid Brigade. Says it's fighting for the independence of Balochistan, a province located in Pakistan southwest and bordering Afghanistan to the north and Iran to the west. I mean, the Mossad and Israel have a history of arming and funding separatist groups. You realize that, to break up national unity, obviously. I mean, they do the same in Palestine. They did the same in Iran, Pakistan, Syria. everywhere. This is their playbook. That's what they always do. And they say, look, these are authentic liberation struggles, you see, happening. It's because we need to free them from the vile Pakistani government. That's where I'm from, Brokistan. How did you know that? I'm indigenous to Brokistan. It is the largest of several ethnic separatist groups that have been fighting the federal government for decades. Balochistan's mountainous border region serves as a safe haven and training ground for both Baloch separatist fighters and Islamist armed groups. What is the Baloch cause? Home to about 15 million of Pakistan's roughly 240 million people. I didn't know that there's that many people in Pakistan. I thought Iran had a lot of people, and that was at 90 million. Pakistan has 240 million people, according to the 2023 census. Balochistan is the country's poorest region despite its wealth of natural resources, including coal, gold, copper, and gas. I said Balochistan is the country's poorest region despite its wealth of natural resources, including coal, gold, copper, and gas. Oh, not that gas, sorry. Oil as such. Liquid gas. These resources generate significant revenue for the federal government unfairly, according to the BLA, which wants Balochistan's natural wealth to belong to its people. Blah, 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 blah. Sure thing. Sure. All right, that's a long article. We did the thing. I think we learned a little bit. Let's move on. No way. No way. Netanyahu was rushed to a Jerusalem hospital? This is from 2 hours ago. Oh my God, please. Please. His office only confirmed the transfer after Hebrew language media broke the story and forced their hand. What did somebody just accuse me of being anti-Semitic? Oh, I'm antiseptic. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, you're right. That was very antiseptic of me to let one slip like that. I didn't mean to do you dirty like that. That was an honest mistake, okay? I mean, just, in case you want to know, it smells like roses. So there's a silver lining there. Can we take a moment to do a group prayer? And who would we pray to? Should we pray to Baal and thank him for the lovely tub of cream cheese that he bestowed upon us in our time of needing? Everyone bow their heads to Baal. It's time to sacrifice some chickens. So Netanyahu was taken to Hadassah Ein Kerem Medical Center on Monday evening. That would be earlier today, because they're very far ahead in Israel in terms of time. Netanyahu was taken to Hadassah Ein Kerem Medical Center. The nature of the treatment was not disclosed, with aides offering only a vague reference to dental work. Sure. Rushed to hospital for dental work. Either Ryan Rotzbiani is bullshitting us with that characterization, or Netanyahu's office is bullshitting us. This is the same hospital where he secretly underwent radiation for a malignant prostate tumor last month without informing the public. Yeah, dental work my ass. Dental work my ass burger. Steen. Enheimer. Witz. This is the same hospital. Okay, in fact, he only admitted after it leaked. The pattern is clear. The government lies about his health until it can't. So people are going after Norman Finkelstein. Max Blumenthal, shots fired against Norman Finkelstein. Or are we talking about Chomsky? I'm not sure. Let's see. Norman's comments here, says Max, are consistent with his views since Chomsky became his mentor. He's been opposed to a binational state, angrily denounced BDS, and consistently erases the power of the Israel lobby or neocon movement in U.S. policy, even on Iran obscuring politics itself. I've also noticed he relentlessly deploys the term Jewish supremacism, but never offers a critique of Zionism. Seems like splitting hairs to me. I mean, on the face of it, I might be wrong. But as far as calling it Jewish supremacism or Zionism, I mean, they go hand in hand, I feel like. It's semantics at this point. I feel like Jewish supremacism is Zionism. The two are inseparable terms, you know? But I trust Max's analysis immensely. Let's see what he's clipping here. It says, Norman Finkelstein denounces the new Israel derangement syndrome, says Joe Kent and MAGA pundits have gone completely lunatic, spreading ridiculous theories like Israel killed JFK, duped Cheney and Rumsfeld into invading Iraq, and have now tricked Trump into attacking Iran.
There's no evidence, and I've studied it very closely. There's no evidence that the U.S. went to war against Iraq at Israel's behest, or that Israel tricked or duped people like Cheney and Rumsfeld, two very smart individuals with long experience in government, and they can make errors. In the case of Iraq, they made a colossal error. But tricked and duped, no. That's not in the Cheney or Rumsfeld lexicon. That doesn't happen with them.
I mean, you know, that's not too controversial what he just said, I don't think. They were in it to make profits, and they did.
They can make errors often born of hubris, but not but not being tricked or duped by the Israelis into believing that they were engaged in a war of national interest, which was actually a war of Israeli national interest. That doesn't happen. Period. Full stop. Mr. Kent, you're completely out to lunch. The things he's saying...
Completely out to lunch.
You know, they now say... I
like that.
This group of right-wing MAGA and ex-MAGA types, that Israel was behind the Kennedy assassination. Where are you going? Next, it's going to be Israel was behind the Civil War. Israel was behind the fall of the Roman Empire.
Come on now.
It's just so completely lunatic, and they all believe it. I mean, you wouldn't believe
Dude, I mean, you know, that's kind of crazy because we know the CIA and the Mossad are basically the same entity. We know the CIA was at fault for assassinating JFK. Allegedly, of course, I should preface.
The degree of seriousness with which they say things like Israel was behind the Kennedy assassination. So, Kennedy's an interesting...
I think Israel was behind the Kennedy assassination. What do you guys think? I think they were behind the Kennedy assassination, and I think that they were behind 9/11. Gen X Girl says, I can see his argument, meaning it's not like our lawmakers are drones. They too benefit and support the Israeli cause. Yeah. Often they are the same. That's how I interpreted the clip. But I don't know. You've been far more intimately involved than I have, so I may be missing pieces. Brianna Joy Gray chimes in, says, for what it's worth, I interviewed him at length on his BDS position recently, and there's some movement on that. So apparently he's amended. Somebody asked, what exactly is wrong with calling out Jewish supremacy? Max says, you've misread me. Jewish supremacy is a character trait of the Zionist movement, which serves as the ideological vehicle for the greater Israel project in all its concrete iterations. The emphasis needs to be on dismantling Zionism as a material political force via BDS, for example. I mean, these are differences in tactics. It seems a bit like splitting hairs. So in response to this poster, who's contending with everything that we just went through, they say, I don't know about this, Max. Norm was doing anti-Zionism when it was an economic suicide with no option B. No Patreon, no YouTube, no influencing, nothing. Max says that doesn't place his gatekeeping above criticism. He attacked the BDS movement, argued versus one state, denies the massive power of the Israel lobby in U.S. politics, and is calling the highest-ranking U.S. official to resign over a war since Vietnam a lunatic. I disagree with him on those points and have said so in person. An unpopular man, Norman Finkelstein was a rock star of the pro-Palestinian movement, then he came out against BDS. I don't know if I don't feel comfortable canceling Norman Finkelstein. The guy gave me the knowledge, he gave me the language. He gave me the language I needed to combat Israeli propaganda in my own political satire sketches. He gave me the confidence to make that content. So I'm not going to cancel him over these tactical differences necessarily, you know. The feeling of inspiration that he gave me just by reading his words in the book that he wrote on Gaza is, you know, priceless. So I owe him a lot. And we owe him a lot for the work that he's done. He's spent his entire career. There's not really any other person you can think of that has spent ad nauseum their entire career covering the crimes of the Israeli state, advocating for Palestinian liberation, and, you know, he's 70-something years old. Rigorous with ideas, but flexible with people. People are infallible. I mean, people are fallible. Breaking, U.S. forces on Monday launched what U.S. Central Command described as self-defense strikes in southern Iran. Let's just take out a map here. There's the U.S. in the Western Hemisphere, separated by a vast ocean and a whole ass other continent, and another part of the region of the world, all the way to Iran, and there's the Strait of Hormuz. But we're expected to believe that the United States is existentially defending itself. Yeah, you know, just pull up a simple map, and that'll tell you more truth than any ABC News headline. Sneeko says only U.S. and Israel could bomb you during a peace deal out of self-defense. This is that awful video of the girl that I can't play it for you, but I would if it was safe for YouTube. But you should watch it just to understand what's happening, because we must not avert our eyes from what's happening. Here is Tyre in South Lebanon today. Israel is leveling entire civilian neighborhoods in one of the most intense bombardments yet. One of humanity's oldest cities is being systematically wiped out, and not a peep from the complicit international community, of course.
يكسر ايديك ان شاء الله.
Thomas Massey is still fighting. He says he filed with the FTC for the 2028 House race. This allows him to raise funds to continue his political operations, supporting his position as a current office holder and as a potential candidate for federal office. I haven't made a final decision about which office to seek if I run, he says. Muter says Iraq war was part of destroying 7 Middle East states as part of the Greater Israel Project. Iraq, Libya, Afghanistan, Syria, Iran, and Turkey. There you go. So, yeah, it served dual purposes. Obviously, you know, this whole debate around who controls what. Is the dog wagging the tail? Is the tail wagging the dog? Who's in control? U.S., Israel? I always say it depends on how you look at it. If you look historically, I mean, even before October 7th, I was talking about how the United States' core foreign policy objective in the Cold War was to break up indigenous nationalism in the Middle East, Arab indigenous nationalism, as it were, in an effort to control the oil reserves of that region, not because we needed the oil, but because we needed to control the oil. Because if we control the oil, like Henry Kissinger said, you can control the nations, you can control the countries. So that's what we sought to do. So, you know, Israel fit nicely ever since the Six-Day War, when they proved themselves capable of starting wars and occupying land and winning them. And, you know, the Americans looked upon Israel as a utility in that objective, a tool for that objective of their overall empire designs, which was to control every hemisphere on Earth, of course, because when you're an empire and you correctly observe that you are an empire with superpower status, you do empire shit. Empires plan accordingly. And so that's why the State Department in the 50s looked upon the Arabian Peninsula as the greatest material prize in world history. And Dwight D. Eisenhower concurred. And like I said, they saw Israel as a useful ally in that at one point. And that is the Cold War answer to the question. But I think times have changed, obviously, and I think Israel, you know, I'm not trying to undermine the influence that the Israel lobby has on our government, of course. You know, I mean, I think it's arguably I think it's a stronger argument to say that Israel controls the U.S. at this point than the U.S. controlling Israel. I think if, you know, somebody like Dwight D. Eisenhower was president, I don't think we would be going to war against Iran. I think somebody like Eisenhower would have told Israel to pound sand, as the expression goes. But, you know, obviously Israel has employed its bloodshed, bribes, and blackmail strategy to co-opt and astroturf the executive branch of our government and the legislative branch and the judicial branch, that it's hard to say with a straight face that we control Israel. Why are you saying our RIP, Wrath? What is that supposed to mean? Yeah, that's true. 250-year average empire lifespan. Anyway, let's keep going on. We should probably take a look at the Discord. Let's see. You guys have been posting things. Let's take a look.
Please go away quickly in order to avoid judgment.
That is the funniest exchange ever between a Chinese warship and a U.S. surveillance aircraft.
A foreign military airplane. Foreign military airplane. You are approaching my military security area. Please go away quickly in order to avoid wrong judgment.
Station calling U.S. military aircraft. Please identify yourself.
This is Chinese Navy. You are approaching my military security area. Please go away quickly in order to avoid wrong judgment.
I am a United States military aircraft conducting lawful military activities outside national airspace. I am operating with due regard as required under international law.
Go, go!
I am a United States military aircraft conducting lawful military activities outside national airspace. I am operating with due regard as required under international law.
No way. They said meow. The Chinese Navy meowed at the U.S. Air Force during a hilarious radio exchange. I love how the American was like, I am operating lawfully, my military, outside of the national territory, of course. We're doing very lawful things internationally with our national military, operating outside of national borders. This is for my pronunciations. Thank you, Wicked Bunny. I need help. I don't hear anybody talking, though. So I'm confused.
The BLA is looking at the Pakistani state right now, and it sees that Pakistan has a big problem on its western flank. And I don't mean the border area with Afghanistan and Iran. I'm talking about the areas west of the Indus River, the two provinces, KPK and Balochistan. Pakistan is facing a twin insurgency. The Baloch don't have the same kind of frequency of attacks that the Taliban rebels do. So they are taking advantage of that situation. They're also seeing that Pakistan is at war with the Taliban regime in Kabul. So that's also added pressure. So when the BLA strikes, so it's trying to increase pressure on the Pakistani military, which is pulled into multiple directions. And then now you have the war in Iran, which is weakening the Iranian regime and its ability to project its own writ into the southeast, which is on the other side of that border from Pakistan. And so that's another factor shaping the Baloch rebels. And of course, Pakistan's mediation between US and Iran is also something that they're likely factoring in, and they would like to be able to try and destabilize Pakistan, at least in this area, in this sort of current moment, if you will.
Baloch. Thank you. I got it. I learned it.
Oh, someone else killed him. Oh, he got ran over by a car.
Wow.
He's like, my popularity is tanking, so I guess I'll just go ahead and play Fortnite for the kiddies.
So you have to explain to me what this game is.
We already watched it, so I'm not going to keep repeating on it.
Bu vaat edilmiş, atı görünce dibi
We've seen this video
düştü,
too, but we'll
dili düşmüş.
share it again.
Dilini topladıktan sonra annesine bu bize ne zaman vaat edilecek diye soruyor. Annesi narkoza girdiği için şu an duymuyor. Neyse bir narkoz atasözü der ki, narkoz bir kişi...
I don't speak Turkish or whatever that is, okay?
Oh my God, lightning just struck me twice in the same location. I thought this wasn't supposed to happen.
Oh wow, that sounds both incredibly intense and super unlikely. Are you okay? I mean, statistically speaking, getting struck by lightning twice is definitely a rare event, but it can happen.
Who cares about statistics? I'm struck twice.
totally fair. I mean, the stats definitely take a backseat to the fact that you're dealing with that experience.
Why are you
right
laughing?
now. Oh, I'm sorry if it came across like that. I'm definitely not trying to lie.
No, you're laughing. You're laughing.
Oh, I get it. No, I promise I'm not laughing at you. I'm just trying to keep things light and make sure you're feeling heard. But seriously, if you need anything or just want to talk it through, I'm here and definitely taking you seriously.
I don't believe you. Oh my god, 2 lightning bolts hit me in the same spot.
That's what you get for looking like a lightning rod.
What are you talking about? I look like a person.
Well, a person with a metal plate in their head, apparently.
Why are you saying that? I don't have a metal plate in my head at all.
Dude. How dare you?
Uh-huh. Sure, buddy. Next you'll say you don't got a fork up your ass either.
What?
What?
Don't act surprised. It's why birds keep trying to peck you.
I don't even know what that means.
Means you're a walking buffet.
Okay.
Probably why thunder...
Oh my god, I was struck by lightning twice in the same
He must have preempted it somehow. I don't know. It's
location.
Oh my goodness. Are you okay? Being struck by lightning twice is incredibly rare and very dangerous. What happened? Can you move?
I just said.
Are you in pain?
I just said what happened, and I feel okay.
Okay, it's good that you feel okay, but being struck by lightning twice is extremely dangerous. You should definitely get medically checked out, just to be sure. Is there someone nearby who can help you, or can you call for medical assistance? Your safety is the most important thing right now.
Oh my god, this...
Okay, thanks. I'll get to it.
De nada, solo un recordatorio de que no puedo proporcionar consejos médicos y que siempre debes consultar a un profesional de la salud.
Sí.
Weird. And then you think about Sam Altman being like, a kid born today will never be smarter than AI. That is big if true. Source? Trust me, bro. The hell is this? It's obviously a political statement.
Happy Halloween, everyone. Happy Halloween.
What's a video that defines peak woke? It says. This is Lori Lightfoot introducing us to the Rona Destroyer. Okay. Hilarious. All right, let's see. Eternally based James Lee. Let's
Pushing
take
for
a
something
look.
called that was proposed just this week in Congress by Senators Langford and Rosen, the Jewish American Security Act.
Are you guys seeing this? 3 killed in San Diego mosque shooting, and the CEO of the Anti-Defamation League says what we need now is actually a new anti-Semitism law. They're calling it the Jewish American Security Act, and I decided to dissect this bill through and through to see exactly what's in here, all 43 pages.
The Jewish American Security Act, yeah. We need to be secure as the Jews in America, because we're not secure enough.
And let me tell you, it's got absolutely nothing to do with protecting Jews. First off, it is a massive money laundering grift, okay? They're asking for over $2 billion in funding from the federal government to go to all these NGOs and nonprofits, including the ADL. And what exactly are they gonna do with this money? We have no idea because there is no accountability mechanism. Secondly, this is a massive surveillance bill where they are requiring social media companies to report twice a year to the government activity of its users as it relates to anti-Semitic content. The kicker here is that they want to use this IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which claims that criticisms of Israel is anti-Semitic. Finally, they know this is a massive grift because at the very end, they put in this severability clause saying that if any of these provisions are deemed unconstitutional, which they most likely are a violation of the Bill of Rights, the other provisions still remain intact, which means that the ADL and all these NGOs still collect the $2 billion. This is a massive money laundering scheme. I don't know any other way to put it. And on top of that, it is a law that makes it illegal to criticize a foreign country. Do not comply.
gosh, that guy was anti-Semitic. I'm glad that that's over with.
This is a target on an Iron Dome air defense system, which is Israel's primary defense against Hezbollah weapons. They talked after the first few weeks of the war. There you see the Iron Dome launcher. You can see the launch, the missiles in the top there, and it's directly onto that launcher, destroying it. It's loaded with 18 missiles of the 20 missiles, so that's another nearly $2 million. So let's call it a $4 million hit with this $200 drone that we're watching. This is now the day after, and the drone goes back to the same site and finds the soldiers replacing the launcher. You see the launcher on the left there is going to replace it, and you see 9 soldiers here underneath the Hezbollah
about to get
drone,
smoked.
and it lands in between the group of them. So it's pretty remarkable to be targeting these Iron Dome systems, and Israel was really panicked about it. Channel 13
to be a fly on the wall.
Said the most dangerous thing is that Hezbollah has started to focus on Iron Dome systems themselves.
And so you think about that, and then you try to, and then now I'm thinking about Netanyahu's post about that kid that got smoked.
The Israelis said that they had.
I wonder if this is his last moments here.
Used Iron Dome 27 times as of May 1st to intercept drones. So they're using $100,000 Tamer interceptor missiles against these $200 drones.
Love it. Drones are how you defeat Israel and the U.S. That's how you do it, folks. That's how you get it done. That's the way you debate.
What you're seeing here is Nazi Deutschland 2.0. The grandfathers did the same thing against Jews and leftists. Now it's against Muslims and leftists. Nothing changes in Germany. It's always the same. They arrested me for the 3rd time for wearing this pin. I've received it back twice now from the prosecutor, public prosecutor, and from the judge. This is just repression. This is just trying to get on my nerves. And they do this again and again because this is what fascism looks like.
Fascism looks like those sunglasses he was wearing. He didn't even have any like little ear, what do you call it?
And again, because this is what fascism looks like.
Investigating. Oh my God, you idiot. Why would you share an hour-long clip? Are you trying to get on my nerves? The audacity, dude. The audacity to come into this live and share a link that's an hour long.
Man, I saw Israel legalize the death penalty only for Palestinians. Like, motherfucker, you already killed 100,000 people. So if you're calling it legal now, was that illegal? And they popping bottles for the death penalty. I think about Israel's right to exist. Who has a right to exist on the bodies and bones of those they stole the land from? Half of the prime ministers weren't even born there. Fuck it, my mama white. I'm finna go claim a right to exist in Scotland. Call me sir.
Actually, none of them were born there. No prime minister was born in Israel before Netanyahu. I think he's the first one that was ever born in Israel, in occupied Palestine.
Vic Mensa of Glasgow. America doesn't have a right to exist on indigenous land. Does it exist? Yes. But how is that a God-given right? That's manifest destiny, and it's bullshit.
Might makes right, bitch.
One of the sickest things I saw when I was in Palestine 10 years ago was Israelis with open carry M16s and flip-flops in Jerusalem, like this. And then Palestinian kids getting arrested and going to prison for throwing stones. That's apartheid, a legalized system of racial discrimination. I asked Netanyahu's fucking propaganda master, thinking I was gonna catch him up. How could there be a mandatory minimum jail sentence for stone throwing? Yet Israelis could carry assault rifles. This motherfucker proceeded to tell me, well, stones can be very big. I said, okay, we're not having a real conversation. And why the fuck am I talking to you? I was hanging with one of my oldest friends the other day. Our fathers were best friends. He's a Jewish civil rights attorney now, works with Jewish Voices for
This is an old video that we've already seen, but
peace. He's very anti-racist, and I have many people in my life like that. It just reminded me that, man, you can't fall into the trap of conflating all Jewish people with Israel. That's the trap. So when you use terms like the Jews disparagingly and just general
Martin. Oh no, you don't just get to come in here and leave as you please. Just gonna close your eyes, huh? That must be real nice, Martin. Must be real nice that you can just close your little eyes and pretend like you don't see what's going on here. You think you're better than everybody? You think you can just clock out willy-nilly? That's not how this works, okay? You want to succeed in this class, you got to put the time in. All right, bucko?
Anti-Semitism. You damage all valid criticisms of Israel. That's doing Netanyahu's work for him because his finesse is making Israel equal all Jewish people. So a criticism of Israel is a criticism of all Jewish people. But Jewish...
It's not even nighttime for Martin. He's somewhere in Daneland. What do they call that? There's something rotten in the state of Denmark, and I think it's Martin's hairy butthole. Because he's been awake for 36... Oh, you've been awake for 36 hours. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Wow. Let's give him some... Would you like, what do you want from me, Martin? What do you want?
People are not a monolith. Israel is a state. It's not an ethnicity. To be anti-racist, you got to reject all xenophobia every time. You can't dismantle the master's house using the master's tools. I wrote an essay about when I found out my therapist was a Zionist. Oh, man. Oof. Come and subscribe to read it. Sheesh. That was...
But next Martin's going to be like, yeah, but my dog died. My doggy ate my homework. I can't. I got to shut my eyes. I've been up for 36 hours. Is that like the 40,000 that were... Yeah, you better give me an Irish goodbye. Maybe give me an Irish hello. In other words, do not come. No, just kidding. We love you, Martin. I roast the ones that I love. That's how we look at that.
But kind of proves my point here. Who are the people that are most viciously against this deal going through? Uncle BB, Lindsey Graham.
I'm going to go get a snack because Martin is rebuked this stream and I need to cope about it. So I'm going to go get a snack real quick.
Mark Levine, Ben Shapiro, Mike Johnson.
Eat my feelings.
Huh. So when I hear that, it makes me go, oh, that probably was the best deal that we were going to get. Welcome back to the channel, everybody. And first thing I want to say is Happy Memorial Day. I know this is a very somber day for a lot of us, but I also want to remind you that those we lost would want us to get out there, celebrate the day, grill some burgers, have some beers, and honor their memories. Okay, now, what's the story today? So we talked about that peace deal that we thought was pretty silly yesterday. Well, it turns out that was a real deal, and it looks like Donald Trump was really actually considering signing it until he got a phone call from our good friend and pal, Uncle BB, literally screaming at him on the phone to cank the deal, in which then, of course, Donald Trump immediately canked the deal. Now, why do we think that this is probably true? Well, because when Lindsey Graham and Mark Levine come out screaming and complaining about the deal, well, it actually probably would have been pretty good. So that's what we're going to talk about in today's video. We're going to take a look at what happened with this. So it turns out Uncle BB sabotaged yet another peace deal. Shocking, I know. So that's what we're going to talk about in today's video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe.
How many times is he going to say that?
This is what passes for a cemetery in Gaza these days. A mass grave with breeze blocks instead of headstones. Numbers where there should be names. A lack of equipment makes the task of identifying bodies virtually impossible, leaving the bereaved unable to say goodbye. War has taken almost every comfort in Gaza. This flimsy tent is all Youssef has left, but the one thing she really longs for is answers about what happened to her sons. Youssef on the right was killed by an Israeli airstrike, but Firaz and Jihad to the left just disappeared.
ولا بننتمي لأي فصيل نهائيا. يعني جهاد لما انفقد 16 سنة. جهاد يعني لليوم بمشي بدور عليه بين الجثث بقول مش مشكلة أطمن إنه ميت.
What can she possibly tell her grandchildren when there's so many families in limbo here and so little help. Her sons may be in one of Gaza's mass burial grounds, where the dead don't even have a name. The authorities say 1,500 bodies have been recovered from the rubble, 560 more retrieved from the Israeli authorities. One day, they hope to identify every one of them. That day is a long way off.
In many cases, there are no personal effects found on the body. The body is decomposed to the extent that we cannot do visual identification. The remains are buried as unidentified, but ensuring that they have a unique code where the person is buried to ensure traceability.
Other families know where their dead are, they just can't reach them. Ayad Abu Jared leads the civil defence team in Gaza, tasked with sifting through the rubble. He says he gets more than 10 calls a day from bereaved families begging for his help. But the job is impossible. The civil defence team doesn't have a single excavator, he says. We depend on the Red Cross to give us a few hours with theirs so that we can recover bodies. The Israeli authorities say equipment described as dual use requires extra caution. Without mentioning tunnels specifically, they say they need to prevent Hamas from exploiting it for military build-up. But May just wants the digger to reach her missing sister. So far, all that's been uncovered is her favourite soft toy, which she refuses to let go of. I remember playing with my little sister using this toy moments before she died, she says. I came here hoping to say a final goodbye.
Fuck.
Moments later, she's called over. Iyad's team has found the remains of her uncle. This is what counts as good fortune in Gaza, because in this second summer since the war began, more often its victims are just clothes and bones. One man trying to give the dead some dignity is Dr. Ahmed Dar. One of just 10 forensic medicine experts in Gaza, he's showing a Red Cross team what little equipment is left.
We have a space now, yes, but not in a human way, you know, to put it in.
And when it is full, what do you do?
On the floor.
But many bodies are incomplete, sometimes little more than fragments.
This is bone. This is.
With no DNA testing equipment left, his team does what it can.
We took from every unidentified a specimen, like perhaps in near future we do a DNA.
Sometimes there are clues. He's called in this man, who is still searching for his 2 children, buried beneath the rubble. His team have found documents identifying the cousin who was with them when they died. It's something, but there's still no trace of his children. And for others, equally desperate for answers, there's nothing at all. When Israel returned 480 bodies after the ceasefire, less than a quarter could be identified. In the end, relatives had to be asked whether there was anything they recognized.
Well, within 2 weeks, the families approached to us and identify this person. Others cannot be identified. Even the family cannot identify. We just only take the measurements, documenting the cases, and take a DNA specimen for further examination.
But the longing for anything left of them can be as crushing as the concrete itself. Lena lost 28 members of her family when an Israeli airstrike hit this building. More than 2 years later, her loved ones are still under the rubble. Lena was the only survivor.
يعني أنا كتير حكولي ولحتى الآن بيحكولي إنه أهلك صار لهم 2 وشهرين شو حتلاقي ما أظن إنك تلاقي جثث. رغم هيك أنا مصرة إنه أنا أطلعهم من تحت الركام.
Until then, this is the only grave she has for them. In Gaza, resting in peace is a luxury not even the dead are afforded. Rachel Younger, News at 10.
I'm fucking gutted, man.
Well, May 25th marks a significant day for Lebanon. The day Israeli forces withdrew from the country's south in the year 2000. It's known as Liberation Day, and it comes at a time when the country is again under Israeli attack. Al Jazeera's Zaina Khoda is at a Liberation Day gathering organised by Hezbollah in Beirut's southern suburbs.
Hezbollah very much defiant, promising another liberation will be announced soon. They organized this gathering to mark Liberation Day.
Wow, May 25th, today is 26 years celebrating the Israeli withdrawal.
May 25th. For the past 26 years, it's marked in Lebanon the date that the Israeli military withdrew from southern Lebanon, ending a 22-year occupation. But this year, the situation is different. The Israeli military is occupying villages close to the border, and they have been carrying out relentless airstrikes across southern Lebanon. And just a few weeks ago, there was an intense bombing campaign here in Beirut's southern suburbs. Hezbollah believes it is rewriting the rules of the battlefield with its explosive drones. It has been inflicting casualties on Israeli troops occupying southern Lebanon, those drones too attacking northern Israel. It is eliciting a strong response from the Israeli military. The Israeli military carrying out massive waves of airstrikes in the southern city of Tyre and the southern city of Nabatiyeh. So really this is a costly war. But if you talk to supporters here, they say, we know that there are sacrifices, people are dying, people are being killed, homes are being destroyed, but they believe there is no other choice for the Israeli military to withdraw. All the while, the rift between the political authorities and Hezbollah is becoming deeper. Hezbollah again criticizing the political leadership for engaging in talks with Israel, saying that it is closely aligning itself with Israel and hinting that there could be street action against the government. So internal tensions, Israeli attacks continue. Hezbollah very much defiant, saying that it will give security guarantees to Israel only if security is guaranteed in Lebanon. Zaina Khoda, Al Jazeera, Beirut, southern suburbs.
Thank you, Jess, for these links. It's another one from Al Jazeera. Lebanon Liberation Day, 26 years on.
26 years, the anniversary of the liberation of southern Lebanon has been a day of national triumph. But for Ghazwan Halawani and his longtime friend, Ahmed Zurqut, the victory is inseparable from the pains of the past. Both of them survived detention and torture by Israel and its proxies during an occupation that lasted 22 years.
The Khiam prison was a school of resistance for us. For the Israelis, it was a school for the horrific crimes they committed. It's a shame that Lebanese people helped them carry out this torture.
Under the direct supervision of Israeli intelligence, South Lebanon Army Guards, led by Lebanese national Antoine Lahad, are accused of committing gross human rights violations of the prisoners they detained.
The isolation cell was so small I couldn't move. They would throw water at me in the middle of the night so I wouldn't sleep. Sometimes they stripped me naked and electrocuted me or beat me.
Ahmed Zurqut faced the exact same cruelty, but says he refused to break under the weight of systematic torture.
Every time they tortured me, my convictions grew stronger, to the point that one time I told my jailers that if I get out of here, if they're still occupying my land, I will continue to fight you.
Following the liberation of southern Lebanon, Khiam prison was turned into a museum to commemorate the resistance. It was heavily damaged by Israeli airstrikes during the 2006 war. Now, high-resolution satellite imagery released by OnGeo Intelligence, dated March 23rd, shows Israeli forces deployed heavy bulldozers to completely demolish what remained of Khiam prison.
The prisoners were isolated from the rest of the world. If they heard us talking, we would be tied to the electricity poles. It was extremely painful, and our wrists would bleed from the handcuffs. The demolition of Khiam prison before this year's anniversary of the liberation is a clear attempt to erase any evidence of their crimes and tactics.
For Ahmed Zurqut, watching footage of the historic moments during the liberation of the prison as Israeli troops withdrew from the south stirs up strong emotions.
Seeing these scenes makes me want to cry. This convinces me that there is no way to live in peace with Israelis. There's no way we can coexist.
No way.
He says the Israeli strategy of erasing a national memory has already failed. True
Remember Kanafani or whatever that guy is, that poet? When the British reporter was like, why not have a conversation with the Israelis? And he's like, what kind of conversation? The conversation between the sword and the neck?
Documentation, the survivors say, lives in the defiance of the community.
Here in the South, the history of the Israeli occupation is permanently etched into the landscape. At memorials like this one, that history is kept alive by the very people who lived it. They say that bulldozers can clear the stones of Khiam prison, but will never erase the truth. Al-Baydahito, Al Jazeera, Tyre, Lebanon.
It's like, have you considered maybe, writing Ted Bundy a letter and apologizing for standing there in the middle of the night where you shouldn't have been standing? Have you tried having a conversation with this sadistic psychopath? And just acknowledge maybe it's a little bit your fault too. Rats and contamination in food at Israeli naval base in Haifa. Mortiferum right on cue. Thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate that big time donation. I will take your Norwegian kroner and put it to good use, supplementing me with the finest gourmet coffee that kroner can buy. Thank you so much. Let's hear it for Mortiferum. Go ahead. Clap it up for Mortiferum. There you go. That's it. Yes, indeed. That's right. That 200 kroner amounts to $3.47. No, it doesn't. Man, you really get killed on the exchange rate, don't you?
America's going to be in trouble if you don't support Israel. We've been supporting Israel, and guess what? The country's in big trouble. And I get back to the original point. We do not care about Israel, and there's nothing you can do that's going to change that. We do not care. It's not our problem. It's not.
We do not care. I know this is taking me incredibly long just to play this, but
we do not care. We do not care. We do not care.
Sorry, I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy with these sound effects.
Our concern, it's not our tradition. So then they try to guilt trip you if you're a Christian. They say, you have to support Israel. It's in the Bible. The Bible does not tell me that I have to support a foreign government. The Bible does not tell me I have to support a politician from a foreign country. The country of Israel is not the Israel of the Bible. So this is what they're doing. So first it's, America won't survive without Israel. That ain't selling. Oh, if you're a Christian, you have to support Israel. That ain't selling.
The clearest, most obvious, and apparent black-white moral issue of the century, and our leaders are failing. Yes.
And at the foundation of all of it is that the American youth doesn't give a damn about Israel, and they never will. They do not care. They're sick of it. And the more you try to shove it down their throats, the worse it's going to get.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean, gypsy pogo stick? Are you butthurt that I have a soundboard? What are you trying to say? Good night, JFK. Thank you for that super. Why are you acting like a bitch? Gypsy. What is a soundboard? What are you even talking about? All right, here's that Israeli that got arrested for smuggling embryos. Y'all heard about this? Israeli arrested for smuggling embryos. He was found at Northern Cyprus Airport on May 19th with 4 live human embryos. The seized embryos were destined for Mexico. Contraband uncovered during an airport inspection. I mean, only an Israeli would just be going through TSA with 4 live human embryos. Rathmone? What is that supposed to mean? I don't get that. That's right, I'm here to entertain myself first and foremost. I don't know what y'all are talking about, honestly. Charged with illegal transport. What does it say? Charged with illegal transport of human biological tissue. Just selling some embryos for some shekels. What's the big idea, folks? Thank you, Jess, for all these links.
Donald Trump is trying to have more countries join.
Guys, don't forget to hit that fucking like button, man. Are you crazy? Are you kidding me? How many likes do we have on this stream? Am I going to have to come down there? We have not enough likes. Not enough likes on the stream, and do I need to go get my belt? Because Daddy's upset. Do you want me to go get my belt? I'll go get my belt. It's almost Shabbat Shalom, all right? I'll get my belt if I have to.
What is called the Abraham Accords. So he's saying if we get a deal with Iran, you need to make peace with Israel. Why is that? I mean, they need to join the Abraham Accords. President Trump told several leaders of Arab Muslim countries during that conference call that we spoke about earlier on. He wants them to sign peace agreements with Israel. If the United States is having a deal with...
I'm getting tired of your shit, okay? I'm reading all your comments, and you're being really, really insulting. And that hurts. That really hurts me. I'm just asking for you to do the right thing. Literally, not much is required, all right? Phoenix Blue understands the assignment. She smacked the fuck out of that like button. She did it with vigor and pizzazz and charisma, which is something that a lot of you lack in this chat, by the way. So do better.
Iran, and it's about Iran's nuclear program, then...
This is insane. Trump asked Muslim leaders to join the Abraham Accords. Like, the Abraham Accords are still a thing? Are you crazy? After the war against Iran, the entire region is in shambles. All the Gulf states are getting lit up like a menorah. The United States has abandoned their military bases. They can't even keep the Gulf states safe like they were supposed to. Now you want to say, you know, you should be joining our Abraham Accords. That's what's missing.
Why are they asking the...
For real, John. John speaks truth, and I need you to read that, okay? Read that comment, that featured comment right there. Know it and live it, okay? Because I'm tired of your shit.
Other countries to have peace with Israel. So is it not about the nukes? What is it about exactly? Now that's something that's attracting more criticism.
I need you to put some more respect on my name. Okay?
Towards the American president, because according to multiple sources, some of them Saudi as well.
Quit playing with my name.
They responded to these statements coming from Lindsey Graham, by the way. Lindsey Graham, who was pushing the Saudis to have a peace deal with Israel and saying that they need to make a bold decision. They said, you know our conditions. You need to have a Palestinian state.
You are such a shithead, hot dog. Seriously.
East Jerusalem as its capital. We have international support.
So you got one chatter saying Rathcope, and then you have another chatter saying respect bone. Okay, there are two. Which way, Western man? Which way shall you go? Do you want to give the respect? Or do you want to behave like a little child? Okay, the choice is yours. Choose wisely.
For it. According to our initiative, over 160 countries across the world signed for it. Apart from that, why should we have a deal with them? But what's more obvious now is the length that the American president was willing to go to serve the Israeli interests. And as a matter of fact, this could have been a compromise, a potential compromise, so that the United States doesn't attack it.
Y'all are distracting me from Mahmoud's analysis now.
Although saying that,
you know I have ADD.
This is one of the recent posts of the American President Donald Trump. Thank you for your attention to this matter with a bomb.
Yeah,
one moment he'll say, yeah, we're almost reaching peace or a final draft. And
if you don't respect the bone, you can expect the bone. Does that make sense? It does in my head.
A deal is very close. A good deal might be on the table. I canceled the attack plans. Because
and that bone could be all alone. And it might happen, or it could happen, when you're in prone. I got to work on that.
You know, there's something on the table. Now he publishes this. Go figure. Who knows? All of this could be theater. And the American president is actually interested in attacking Iran after all. But all options are on the table. However, Israel isn't keeping its feelings hidden. And now, apart from the political echelon and the statements of the Israeli prime minister, the IDF are saying a few interesting things. One of them is that they are frustrated. Frustration in the IDF, there were already targets for attacks. Iran may remain a nuclear brinkmanship state. This is a bad deal for Israel, and this is how the Israeli military views the deal. As a matter of fact, there were more statements coming from the Israeli IDF chief of staff who made an outright threat to Iran. We're ready at all fronts. The chief of staff held the situation assessment and approved plans for
We are ready. We are absolutely ready. Our pants are full. Our diapers are battle tested and industrial strength.
Continued fighting in the Northern Command. The IDF is prepared to return to combat. We will maintain readiness and flexibility for action as long as necessary. So from their perspective, they're not really relying on these political maneuvers or a potential deal between the United States and Iran. Donald Trump is trying to give Israel the most benefits possible out of this deal, recognition from other Arab and Muslim countries joining what he calls the Abraham Accords.
Thank
for
you.
Nothing, without Israel giving any concessions whatsoever, no rights for the Palestinian people, no Palestinian state, no confirmation that they wouldn't have any hostilities or anything as such. In essence, what Netanyahu wants out of this, and this to a very large extent is moved by Netanyahu himself, is that he's trying to gain more benefits and more accomplishments so that he can sell to the Israeli public and tell them, look, okay, we didn't really eliminate Iran, because according to all of the details now in Israel, they know that they're just going to attack more targets to weaken Iran further if they would. That's one of the things that the IDF chief of staff was saying, because they know that they can't defeat them and they can't take down the establishment, which was the main aim, of course. But Netanyahu, assuming that they won't go for an act of war against.
Netanyahu is just extinction maxing. Everyone hates him. The entire world, even his own people hate him. He hates Israel. He hates Israelis. He hates everyone.
Iran act of aggression. He would tell the Israeli public, well, okay, we didn't really go and attack them again, but look at what we got. We had more deals with the Arab countries that will weaken Iran further. However, all of that is speculation. The chances of any of these countries having a deal with Israel in this climate are minimal. Let's not forget that it was out of the question even before the war of aggression against Iran. At one point, the Biden administration offered Israel a deal, to which the Saudi commented if they want to deal.
Do we have any updates on what Iran is doing? Are they retaliating? I really need to know. What is the situation?
And I'm pleased to introduce Henry T. Berger, who brings me on behalf.
Wow. Nice. It's like 80 people reading the same speech at the same time. It's a lot better than just Free Palestine.
Respect your right to protest.
Just not here. The liberal proverb, now is not the time.
Thank you.
Guys, the material conditions are not ripe enough yet to free Palestine. The material conditions are not ripe enough yet, and that's why we still have to support the genocide. Just hold your nose, wait for the material conditions to ripen, and then we'll be able to free these people.
I'm Juliana McCandis, filling in for Clifford Baines, who messed with the wrong people and got himself involved in some serious shit. With all economic factors indicating the U.S. is heading for a prolonged recession, some experts are suggesting that the government should stop dumping all of our money into an enormous hole. Is it time to close the national money hole?
That kind of talk is alarmist and irresponsible.
America needs the money hole.
Right. Driving truckloads of money out into the New Mexico desert and dumping it into a massive pit is one of America's greatest traditions.
It's frankly, it's a national.
I get the satire here. That's
Now, look,
treasury.
no reasonable person is advocating that we are going to stop destroying money. But the American people earn that money. They have the right to decide how it should be destroyed.
Okay, so you are in favor of personal money holes?
Yes, people should be able to dump money into a hole in their backyard or flush it down the toilet. Let the free market decide the most efficient way of destroying money.
My father worked 2 jobs so he'd have money to put in the money hole, and he never complained.
Now, you can't depend on private money holes to destroy that money.
Duncan's right. I mean, some of this money could blow away. Yes. Some of it may not be correctly buried. I mean, there's too many variables.
That's why the government pours gasoline into the money hole and lights it on fire to make sure all the money is destroyed.
I love the money fire.
It's just like they say, you have to throw money in a hole and set it on fire to make money.
Okay, but find the cheapest way to destroy that money, like shredding it up and feeding it to hogs.
Tell that to the digger who's worked the graveyard shift for 20 years. Digging the hole is all he knows.
The sheer number of shovelers that it takes to maintain that hole.
But if we're talking about closing holes, I mean, what about the soldier hole? How about the energy hole? I mean, I can't believe that closing the money hole is even on the table.
Why are you pushing this pro-hole agenda? Is the money hole lobby paying you?
I resent that accusation. I do not take money from special interests, and if I did, I would throw it right in the hole because I am a patriot.
If you love America, you throw money in its hole.
That's one thing this stream is very much pro-hole. This video is 17 years old, by the way. Still appropriate, still relevant. I am not anti-hole. I told you I'm pro-hole on this stream. You should know that by now. I love holes, especially holes that belong to your mother. But
drugs aren't just allowed, they're encouraged. 42 athletes, including Olympic medalists and world record holders, are set to compete in track, weightlifting, and swimming at the first ever Enhanced Games this Sunday in Las Vegas. Nicknamed the Doping Olympics, the controversial sporting event permits the use of performance-enhancing drugs, including testosterone and human growth hormone. The World Anti-Doping Agency denounced the Games as dangerous and irresponsible, but organizers say it's about transparency.
What's happening right now in the shadows is that people resort to unsafe drugs in unsupervised
the
use.
name is Maximilian. His name is Maximilian Martin. He's a German. He's a very German. The problem. What is the problem? Gutenberg.
Usage to get away and circumvent the testing that lets them allow to cheat.
If science can safely help all of us become stronger, healthier,
richer,
and perform better at any age, then why would we fear it?
With high-profile investors, the likes of billionaire Peter Thiel and Donald Trump Jr., the Games winners will receive $250,000, with an additional prize of up to $1 million for breaking a world record. For Olympic silver medalist Ben Proud, this is a major motivating
He's been proud. He's not currently proud, but he's been proud.
Factor.
It's about the money. You know, I don't think I've got anything to prove. It's exciting because this is the first stepping stone. You know, we have many, many years after this to try and, you know, reach that barrier to go after what enhances after, which is peak human potential.
No world records.
That's awesome, man. The first ever steroid Olympics. Steroid gets
broken at the tournament will count officially. To some enhanced competitors, the flashy games are more about entertainment than athleticism.
What was that? Women's clean and jerk? That's what women are here for, right? Women are here to clean and to jerk. It's crazy that they admitted that. Oh my God, they admitted it. That was just a joke, guys.
Competitors, the flash.
Some people honestly think that they would be paying less taxes if we just didn't let people on Snap
Oh my God, why is it not final?
buy Sprite. It's like that's the main thing that we're wasting money on. If you're poor, no candy.
No, it's not the candy, it's the coffee. It's the $5 coffees. That's what Kevin O'Leary told us. If you're spending $5 on coffee and not putting that $5 into an IRA, you are an idiot. Forgo the sweet taste of caffeine. You got to get those dividends, baby.
What's the reason you're out here today, bruv?
Just to be part of just solidarity. I don't know, to be honest with you. I don't know what it's doing. I'm here with...
Just having a good time, bruv.
Yes. This country's gone to pot.
The country's gone to pot, bruv.
People like this today, and you coming up to me and...
No, the thing is that the coffee is actually $9 already. There's no $5 coffees anymore.
It might make a little difference. I don't know what it will do, but...
We try our best.
Yeah, and I love what you're doing here, my friend.
Appreciate that, bro. If you was in charge, what would you do to make our country better?
I would burn it down.
Thank you, Alpha Bravo. I appreciate that.
Burn it. Why?
The bridge is already burned. I don't know. What can we do?
Who do you reckon's causing all the
That guy's like, he's coming across as dumb, but he's actually really smart.
in our country?
That's a hard one. I haven't got a clue, bruv, to be honest. I don't know where it goes from here. I don't know where
He's like, I don't know, but the whole country's going to pot.
I don't know what's happening. there's something a little bit missing. I won't blame it on just politics and all that, but I don't know.
What do you think about Tommy?
I love him.
Love him.
A lot of respect, man. I can't remember. I mean, he's made it so peaceful. He's trying to unite everyone together again.
Where's Five-ish? No, it's where's Turkish?
That's all we can do, isn't it?
Turkish? What was Turkish afraid of? The Germans?
This is a deceptive world. You got to be on the lookout, because if we're not careful, the U.S. could become an occupied nation. I mean, could you imagine if the Russians took over the U.S. or Muslims or some of them little Chinese fellas? I'm telling you, it could happen and people wouldn't even
AJ, thank you so much. I'm going to need that. Coffee's expensive these days. Appreciate you, homie.
Yeah. I'm glad to see patriotism on the rise. I'm getting my 4th of July playlist ready.
AJ, just a word to the wise. Okay, let's keep the anti-Semitism to a bare maximum.
Do you know what Israel's national anthem is called?
Isn't it just Israel's national anthem?
Oh, yeah. Here it is. Ooh, it's time for Fox News. He's an anti-Semite.
He's a dog. What'd he do?
He barked at my flag. I gotta call someone. No new wars. This is something different, my guy.
Anti-Semitism has spread to our domestic pets. This is getting bad.
For end times, prophecies are unfolding. Yeah, hi, do you have room at your shelter? Okay, yeah, I'd like to turn in my dog. No, he didn't bite anyone. He did something worse.
Yeah, he violated the Anti-Semitism Act.
Do you euthanize? Well, can you? This Bible sucks. Do you have a Schofield reference Bible? Thank you. This one is much better.
Much better.
Oh, this is beautiful. We could use a data center here. End times are near. Did you hear Trump's approval ratings at 99%?
Where?
In Israel. Proves he's doing a great job for America. I love the new direction TPSA is going in.
That says everything, right? That that Donald Trump's approval rating is 99% in Israel, and meanwhile in the United States it's like 20-something.
If Charlie Kirk was alive, I guarantee he'd be for war with Iran, and he'd be against Thomas Massie, his favorite congressman. And he wouldn't be friends with his friends Candace and Tucker, and he would have went back to pro-Israel causes that he turned his back on. To think he'd have the same views that he had when he was alive is totally naive. Right? No, he's delivering on all his campaign promises. And I think the swamp is fully drained.
Let me read this to you. We firmly reject the false and dangerous narrative that criticism of Zionism constitutes anti-Semitism. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. Judaism and Zionism are not synonymous.
That's anti-Semitic. Who wrote that?
A Jewish rabbi.
Well, you got yourself an anti-Semite right there.
The rabbi also said Zionism is antithetical to Judaism.
The Jew hate Israel.
The Jew hate Israel.
The Jew hate Israel.
The Jew hate Israel.
Israel? Ooh, roasted him. Laura Loomer is quite an intellectual. Of course, Thomas Massie lost, and let this be a lesson on what happens when you're disloyal to Trump. I love being loyal to a person above all else. Like, is there anything more important to be loyal to? Keep that to use as rag. I need it.
What do you think about people that don't want to send foreign aid to Israel?
Oh, that's not pro-America. And that's certainly not America first.
How is continuing to send $13 billion every year to Israel America first?
Because that money is in America first, and then it goes to Israel second. So by definition, it's America first. It's good to be a
that
patriot.
was a banger.
Hey there, my friend, let me ask you this question. After meals, do you ever feel tired and sluggish, maybe heavy, and have energy crashes throughout the day? I know for me, I used to get energy crashes about an hour after each meal, and I didn't know that could be a sign of poor digestion. And that's why I started using Masszymes from Bioptimizers. It's a full spectrum blend of 18 different digestive enzymes that helps you break down your food, your proteins, fats, carbohydrates, and fiber. So instead of your body having to work overtime with sluggish digestion, Masszymes comes to the rescue. And here's a part a lot of people just miss. You don't get the benefits from your food unless you digest, absorb, and utilize the nutrients in your...
Is this guy really trying to sell us
your food? So I find Masszymes helps me extract the most amount of nutrition from
another Goislop product?
My food and absorb that into my body so I can use it for good. And by the way, with Bioptimize...
Look, if you ever see me doing this shit, just know I got the call, okay? That'll never happen. You'll never have to worry about me selling you shit or sponsoring products.
This motherfucker is now posting videos of the execution chambers where Israel will be killing over 9,000 Palestinians, including children, and that should piss you off. Yesterday I posted a video about the new Israeli death penalty law that only applies to Palestinians and not Israelis. So if you're confused what I'm talking about, go check that out. But the man in that picture is Ben-Gvir. He's the national security minister for Israel. It was his bill, and now he's on social media bragging about it.
השר, ראיתי שהאיראנים אומרים שאתה מת. אני מת להוציא מחבלים להורג. עונש מוות למחבלים.
Even Hitler hid his crimes. I'm sure if he lived in today's world, he'd be posting them on social media, but that just goes to show you just how barbaric these people are. They feel no shame, they feel no fear, because they feel so much safety with America's backing, and we can't let that continue to happen. This is barbarism. And the only acceptable way for America to move forward is with an arms embargo and sanctions. Anything less is not acceptable.
I'm forever triggered by that flute melody now. Oh my god, not again. Everybody's remixing the Hava Nagila Hava.
We getting APAC money. We getting APAC money. We getting APAC money. We getting APAC money.
I got so much silver, so much gold, so many politicians under my toes. I got my side making moves from the inside. Noah's flood, crude oil, mud, Moloch's callous filled with children's blood. Bought the jury, bought the judge, got the whole White House filled with bugs. Paid off Congress behind closed doors, blackmailed senators with my whores. USA fighting my wars. Underage boys, we use them like toys. Young girls get pearls from butterfly gold.
If you want the money, you will do what we tell you.
And if you say no, we will simply just graves, we dig them. Elections, we rig them.
Mental health is Epstein's propaganda. They can now lobotomize people who criticize crimes. There you go. Thank you, Ash.
Claim all our ops suffer anti-Semitism.
Christ is king.
That's illegal under our regime. Now kiss the wall, let me hear the boys sing.
We getting APAC money. We getting APAC money. We getting APAC money. We getting APAC money.
Oh, God. It's always a donut that is smoked that decides to contribute nothing but filth to this stream. That was gross.
I wonder if everyone in Lebanon understands that if there were no Israel, they wouldn't have a cell phone. I wonder if they understand that every time they use a USB...
What are you talking about? He's saying that at a time when Israel bombed Lebanon with pagers. Now he's saying, the Lebanese should be thanking Israel for all of the many gadgets that they use. And even the ones that they don't use as explosion devices. What the fuck is this guy talking about?
Every time they use car navigation. That every time they eat a cherry tomato or...
Every time they use a pager, every time they eat a cherry tomato, they have to thank Israel. They eat a tomato, go kiss the wall, goy.
Have a delicious bite of seedless watermelon. Instead of saying, I can't talk to those people, they should step across the border, shake the hands, and say, thank you. Thank you for helping create some things that have made my life better and easier.
Oh my God. Wow. That is big if true.
I wonder if everyone in Lebanon understands that if there were no Israel, they wouldn't have a cell phone. I wonder if they understand that every time they use a USB.
Huckabee orders bombed Lebanese to thank Israel for creating cell phones, car navigation, and cherry tomatoes. Israel invented cherry tomatoes, folks. I had no idea. Native Americans bred cherry tomatoes for 1,200 years before Israel existed. You gotta laugh to keep from crying, because, like, what the fuck is this clown show?
This was funny. As this conversation goes on, you see these guys are doing a prank. These guys are doing cars for kids. This is like a toy drive. And they had a mascot, and they chased him down. Look at this.
I don't know. Five's got in the background.
Can you watch your back?
It's the five-ish.
Hey, thanks for the 20. Appreciate it. Jewish emergency distractor. Appreciate it. Hello, fellow white people. How are you? Good. We're just catching up on some anti-Semitic content.
The five-ish, bro.
Kenny, they're gonna hurt you. Kenny's gonna hurt you.
Oh, they want
Get
the
him,
money.
Get him! No, Mordecai, it's not real money. It's not actually a $5 bill. It's just a costume, Mordecai.
Sneeko needs to go whiny in his impersonation. He was a man with a $5 jumpsuit. He was being very anti-Semitic.
Is there a whole video of this? Five-ish, the $5 bill through the streets of Israel because they assumed it was an anti-Semitic prank.
You're probably wondering how I got here.
The video gets a lot funnier if you pretend they don't know he's a mascot and they are just chasing around a giant $5 bill.
Exactly. What? He just farted. He just used the same... Sneeko just used the same fart sample that I use. Listen.
The video gets a lot funnier if you pretend they don't know he's a mascot and they are just chasing around a giant $5 bill.
See, he just... I thought I was the one that did that. Man, that's not funny. I gotta get a new thing. I gotta get a new shtick. It's literally the same fart sample, though, Gato Surfer. I appreciate that. I do. Here's another one. All right, that's a little too gross. Oh, man.
You would get hit with the drone strike if you attempt to describe what happens in this video. Does anyone have the real video? I gotta watch this whole thing. I gotta...
Hands and bring them down. Slide right, slide left, turn around. Roll your hands from high to low, and that's how the five-ish goes. Now you try it.
Wave your hands and bring them down. Slide
I'm not Jewish, I'm five-ish.
right, slide left and turn around. Roll your hands from high to low, and that's how the five-ish goes. Five-ish, five-ish.
We love money.
Everyone. fish, you'll have fun.
I thought I was really overseeing anything about this song, but no.
Fly fish, you're very own. Bring fly fish to your home.
Okay, a little bit of brain rot. Maybe there's a whole video.
A little bit.
Are you worried about Israel's influence on American politics? Because that's one of the things that's coming to light over the last couple of years since the invasion, where people are paying more and more attention to Israel. And then also seeing what happens when you criticize.
Joe Rogan is on his Santa Claus arc.
Israel.
I've never understood why AIPAC doesn't have to register as a foreign agent with the Justice Department when everybody else does. Why is AIPAC special that it doesn't have to register?
Well, we know because the Jews are chosen, special people, remarkable people, in fact.
If you're doing something, anything, on behalf of a foreign government, you have to register, except if you're AIPAC. And I just don't understand that.
Well, I can understand it. I know exactly why.
That seems so insane. And whenever you see like just dozens of senators and congresspeople going over to Israel, you're like,
oh man,
it's just crazy how much influence one country has.
Yeah, it really is.
On a much bigger country.
Yeah, man. Joe Rogan is still buffering as we speak. PNN presents Zio's Gone Wild. This is probably an old clip. I'm sure we've seen it. Okay, she's Zionist from head to toe. I could make a joke there, but I'm not gonna.
So to be clear, I've requested to go upstairs. But to be clear, this is what happened. The first Tomahawk missile hit the top right corner of the building. That is the first one. The second one is the impact crater right here. That is where the second Tomahawk hit. Now this used to be where I'm standing right now. All of this was classroom and building.
So this is the Manob School?
Up to here. Up to here. So from here all the way where the impact crater is, that came in and leveled all of the front of this building. And you see the front of the building here, what's left of this internal part, it gutted everything. The only survivors were in the back of the building to the right. That is the one place where kids were, where they didn't get direct impact. Everywhere else in this school, everywhere else, everyone was martyred or horrendous injuries. There were kids hanging down, dying, rescued by those first responders, many of whom would have been hit by the second bomb, which was this one, the second Tomahawk. If this is not a satanic ritual sacrifice, I don't know what is. Again.
Johnny, what are you talking about? I have 1,000 people here. Are you trying to make fun of my low viewer count on Twitch? Because that's really shitty of you. Like, I wonder about your strategy. Is your strategy working as a keyboard warrior? I'm not broadcasting to just Twitch, you dildo. I've got 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, so eat shit, loser.
Directly authorized by Donald J. Trump as the
It is, actually.
Commander-in-Chief of the United States Armed Forces and carried out by mass murdering elements, generals or admirals, whoever authorized and pushed the button to send these Tomahawk missiles here. But will anybody pay? Will anybody pay other than the Iranian people, who we have the audacity to call terrorists? Shame on you. So I'm in one of the classrooms here. I'm wanting to go up to the top floor because I suspect one of the Tomahawk missiles penetrated the top of the building and came into the building. Based on the damage I see, it also looks like there's a crater in the front of this building. So one of the tomahawks hit directly in front of the school, and the impact was so much that it actually took out an external wall. The blast carried through into the next internal wall, and in the other room you can see an absolute fracture in the building. This wall nearly came directly into the classroom, but as you can see, the devastation here is substantial. If I can, I'm going to go up top because I want to see if one of those tomahawks came through the roof directly, because that would explain why at least one of the kids in this building, they did not find one piece of this child. Nothing. There's nothing left of this child. He was here, but now his body is, it's spread into a million pieces. That to me sounds like a direct hit, as in the tomahawk literally landed on top of the head of this kid. And this is why I want to go upstairs. I want to see where that missile came from. Donald Trump, you're the commander-in-chief. You're the one that authorized this. The generals that are in the chain of command, or admirals who authorized this, you are culpable for a mass murder of children. Flat out. Flat out. So is anybody going to pay a price for murdering these children here in America? And are you okay with that, America? Are you okay with your tax dollars flipping the bill to go murder a bunch of children willfully, intentionally? 3 Tomahawk missiles hitting this location, 2 direct hits on the school. The devastation, well, it's bloody obvious, and you don't need to be a structural engineer to know that this building was targeted directly with no military target, nothing around this area, contrary to the lies which are told by the media, which is controlled by the Jewish people. Zionist, anti-Zionist Jewish people, they control the media. And they told you a pack of lies over and over.
That's really based of him to actually go to Manab School and survey the damage. That's yes, that's a former U.S. Marine, Ken O'Keefe. He was on board the Mavi Marmara in 2010 when Israel attacked the flotilla, much like it's doing right up to this very day. Only in his case, they actually murdered activists because there weren't any famous ones, I guess. It's a different time. They didn't have, I guess they didn't have, iPhones that could record and live stream it all at that time. But that is what happened. Israeli commandos repelled from helicopters onto the flotilla and attacked activists, killing them with machine guns. And he survived, and he gave a bunch of interviews afterwards. And he's been, obviously an activist for Palestine for decades now.
Later on in the hour, tips for stretching out your vagina without having a baby.
But first, in today's tough economic times, money stresses can really be overwhelming.
Yeah, but help is on the way. Author Christine Eckert is here to show us some exercises to reduce stress. Hi, Christine.
Good morning.
Hi, Jim and Tracy.
Christine, I'm so glad you're here. I'm about ready to snap.
She is.
The first thing we're going to learn about is problem visualization.
Okay.
It's a simple method for reducing stress by assigning an image to represent your anxiety.
Well, that sounds simple enough.
Okay, the first
I actually reached out to Ken O'Keefe, and he said he'd be more than happy to grace us with his presence. But I think he's like, we saw him in Iran just, I don't think he's in the States, or he's not in the, not that he'd need to be, but I think he's busy with other things right now. But he said he'd be more than happy to do it.
thing I like to do is imagine my money-related stress as the most disgusting, terrifying creature I can think of.
Yes, exactly, Thugbone, exactly.
I like to to imagine an ugly, greasy little creature with a hooked nose and oily black hair.
Oh, he is scary.
I call him the Grabbler because he's a greedy little monster who wants to grabble up all my money. Now close your eyes and picture the Grabbler.
Okay, there he is.
Think of all the problems
This is where the Grabbler came from? I use that.
Grabbler is causing. He invented interest rates like the ones on your credit card.
Oh.
He's taking the jobs because Grabbler's...
Yeah, I have a tentative plan or a tentative schedule of interviewing Butch Ware this Thursday. If you were, I live streamed that fundraiser yesterday with Butch Ware, Disrupt the Duopoly, and we were talking, and we talked about potentially doing an interview. So he said he's down to do it. He's very busy. He's running for governor right now, and June 2nd is when I think the primary is. So we're going to try to get him on, but it's tentative at this point. But Thursday around 8 p.m. Pacific time.
only hire their own kind.
I just want to get rid of him.
It's like, wait, is that Rabbi Shmuley?
Imagine the Grappler slowly disintegrating like a pile of ashes blown away by a purifying wind. And now you're in a peaceful meadow full of lilies swaying in a gentle breeze. They're not scheming or trying to rob me.
Oh, well, that really works.
Ooh, what a relief. I feel so relaxed.
Now, this image visualization works for other kinds of stresses besides money, right?
Say you had an argument with someone at work. Take that social stress and visualize it being due to a blabbler.
Blabbler.
A blabbler. Oh, my God, it's a blabbler. Oh, yes. That's a new one on me. I get to use that now. Thank you.
All that negative energy we experience with...
Everybody's seen this poison. They seen the blabbler or the babbler.
Dealing with difficult personalities. You know, the kinds of people who love to argue and complain in nasal voices.
Oh, I know people like that. And stresses are everywhere, too.
They are. They're always lurking like rats. You know?
Please do, Obi-Wan. That'd be a great idea.
Well, that's why sometimes meditative exercises...
I hate speaking about these things because inevitably something happens and then they don't end up happening. But that's why I said tentatively. This is what is on the books or being planned. It's etched in pencil because it can be erased at this time. But that is what the plan is.
Aren't enough. So take your mind off your stress by doing something good for yourself. Exercise.
Oh, I know. I feel better after my yoga class.
Right.
I will often go for a long walk in the middle of the night and throw flaming bottles at certain houses or even sneak in through the back doors and light their curtains on fire while they're asleep.
Working up a sweat to rid yourself of that stress. All right, well, Christine, thanks so much for being our guest this morning and sharing your advice. Everyone should check out Christine's new book, The Solution, Kill All the Grabblers, and it's available in bookstores now. And when we come back, why you don't have to wait until after you're 40 to have sex after 40.
Why you don't have to wait till being after 40 to have sex after 40. I can't believe The Onion did that. How is that still on you? And then I get suspended on YouTube and the like? What? That was so based.
Donald Trump might be the most Zionist president of the United States in history, but he might be the last one because Israel is going to be permanently controversial.
Pre-ordering right now.
Now, it's the most criminal regime in the world, and they are a dead letter, name is mud on the left, and more on the right all the time. It's something like 50-50 on the right now. People are sick and tired of being lied to and condescended to and used and abused in this way. I mean, for all the people listening to this or watching this, think Benjamin Netanyahu respects you? And this is a guy who has said on multiple occasions, in fact, on September 11th, he told the New York Times, "Good for Israel. This is very good."
Yeah, it's becoming a bit redundant at this point. Everyone's focused on the war in Iran. However, the conflict between Europe and Russia could escalate at any moment as well. We haven't even talked about Europe and Russia. Through Ukraine, the Europeans are waging a direct war against Russia. Will the bear finally wake up and strike back against Europe? Oh my goodness, that is a long article. I don't know if I can read all of that on stream because it will probably bore you to tears. But that is the latest from Sonar 21. Not to say that his reporting is boring. I just think me reading articles on stream is not very inspiring. So I try not to do that. But sometimes I do. Sometimes it cannot be helped. Let's see what's going on. See if I can't find some more updates for us.
Russia is warning foreigners to leave Ukraine's capital. That's after it threatened to strike defence sites in Kyiv. Moscow says it will be targeting military locations, including command centres, air bases and defence industry facilities. Since the weekend, Russia has been pounding the Ukrainian capital with dozens of drones and missiles, including the multiple warhead Oreshnik missile. Earlier on Monday, Russian strikes killed 2 people in Ukraine's Kharkiv. Audrey McAlpine reports from Kyiv.
Earlier this month, there was a similar warning from Moscow in regard to decision-making centers in the center of Kyiv. This was surrounding the parade, if we remember, that commemorated the end of World War II, where Russia threatened Ukraine against striking that parade or around Moscow and would retaliate by striking these decision-making centers in Kyiv. So this is a similar warning that we heard earlier this month. Now, Ukraine is denying this, saying that people need not essentially fear these threats. We heard from the foreign minister, Andriy Sybiha, who said that there's no need to give in to this Russian blackmail. I also spoke with contacts at embassies here who told me that they did not expect any missions here to wind down or scale down operations, and also advised against anyone shutting down operations in response to these statements from Russia. But certainly the feeling here in Kyiv is one, people are very shaken from recent attacks, but we're not seeing any sort of mass exodus from the city. If anything, people are just, I think, more aware of air raid sirens and would certainly heed any of those sirens warning of any attacks coming in from Russia over the next several days.
Well, still ahead here on Al Jazeera, health workers race to trace contacts and spread information about Ebola in Central Africa. And Pope Leo sets out his vision for the future of the Catholic Church with a stark warning about the long-term dangers of AI.
The long-term dangers of AI. Dr. Butch Ware is running for California governor. He just tweeted this. Let's see what it says. There is no greater direct corruption of the principles of democratic governance than to allow a billionaire to personally purchase the highest office in a state. If Tom Steyer can spend $200 million to purchase an election, you don't have a democracy, you have an oligarchy. If Xavier Becerra, who is his challenger, or that's the two that are the major running in the Democrat Party for governor of California. Xavier Becerra is being backed by all these corporations, but let's see what he says. If Xavier Becerra can have corporations purchase an election for him, you have an oligarchy. So either way, without publicly funded elections and spending limits, democracy is a sham. Thank you. I really hope we can get him on the stream because I have questions. And he can just wax philosophic, so eloquent, like it's amazing. Tonight, entire families were wiped out in Israel's bombardment of Mashgara in the Bekaa Valley, I believe. Among the dead, Samir Razik, Hamza Razik, and his 2 children, Hassan Mansour, his wife, and their 2 daughters, killed inside their homes late at night as Israeli warplanes unleashed wave after wave of heavy strikes on the town. The footage from the scene is hellish. Homes burning, entire buildings torn open, families buried beneath the rubble in their sleep. When is Boom Boom Tel Aviv going to make a resurgence? There's some footage of it. There's the family that was martyred. Just poor Lebanese families just trying to live. Congrats to Israel, says Cenk Uygur. They killed another peace deal. We were at 95% done. After Puppet Trump talked to Nosferatu, he came out with new, completely unrealistic demands. Number one, Israel doesn't have to abide by the peace deal and can keep attacking Lebanon, so only a ceasefire for one side. Number two, we have to take out all the enriched uranium on day one, not in the second stage. Number three, all Middle Eastern countries have to betray the Palestinians and sign Abraham Accords to normalize relations with Israel without ending the occupation. These are purposely impossible so that the war continues. And Israel is bombing Lebanon heavily now to try to reignite the war. They are not our allies. Israel is a terrorist government which has captured our government and media. They're using it to drive permanent war that Americans are forced to pay for. Far-right Israeli MP tells IDF troops to seize children and smash them against the rocks ahead of their Gaza entry, citing Psalm 137.
לוחמים יקרים וגיבורים, לא רק עיני עם ישראל נשואות אליכם, אלא עיניהם של דורות על גבי דורות, שהופו והושפלו ונוסו ונהרגו מבלי היכולת שלהם להגן על עצמם. הם קיוו וחלמו שיום אחד יקום עם מעפר, ויאחוז בנשקו ויכה באויביו. אשרי שיאחז וניפץ אותו ללייך אל הסלע. אמר משורר תהילים.
Blessed are the ones that seize your children and smash them against the rocks. So said the Psalms poet, and you're the fortunate ones, he says. And you are blessed, dear and heroic warriors. Not only do the eyes of the people of Israel look upon you, but also the eyes of generations upon generations who were beaten, humiliated, trampled, and killed without the ability to defend themselves. So they're conjuring up hate and revenge, porn, fantasy, for the IDF to go and commit massive crimes against humanity. Just in, Mexico will host Iran's World Cup team in Tijuana after the United States refused to allow the team to stay in Arizona. So I guess people are reacting to...
Let's say you take the...
Okay, apparently Norman Finkelstein did another interview. Dan Bilzerian says, every single time. Oh, boy. The IRGC Navy have launched anti-ship missiles toward U.S. warships in the Gulf of Oman, signaling a decisive response. Yeah, this is the guy I want to hear from. I heard him say Ben Gurion. We need to go further. It's Marco Rubio at the Taj Mahal. If Rubio knew the history or architecture, he wouldn't have posed for a picture here. This moment was built out for the love of Emperor's Iranian wife, crafted by the genius of Iranian architects. Meanwhile, his government today threatens to wipe out Iranian civilization, insulting other civilizations. Oh my God, Jesus. I don't know if you saw that, but can't show that. I don't know what this is in reference to. What the fuck is she talking about? She's talking about the Knicks advancing to the NBA Finals. Gross.
Israel.
Honestly, I don't think Israel is the root of all evil. I'm sorry.
You don't mind Israel?
I don't mind Israel. Here's my position on Israel. Everything that people take umbrage with Israel, I completely appreciate and understand, but I just wish they would apply those standards unilaterally. So if you're pissed off about money in politics, then you should also be
we're pissed off about genocide, you dumb bitch.
Pissed off about Saudi and Qatar
Oh my
and
God.
China and all
Shut
those
your
other
bitch
lobbies.
ass
Apply
mouth
it
up,
unilaterally.
please.
If you're
Shut
pissed
your
off
bitch
about
ass
the
up.
wall between Israel and Palestine, that's totally fine, but you should also be pissed off about the
What aboutism? That's your whole argument? Look, we have an apartheid. You can not like it. That's fine. But you should also...
wall between Palestine and Egypt. And
there's no apartheid wall between Palestine and Egypt. And once more, the entity that controls the border between Palestine and Egypt, guess who that entity is? Yeah, the IDF.
drowning Palestinians in tunnels with their own excrement. Just apply it evenly.
Why are the Palestinians building tunnels underneath the Rafah border into Egypt in order to receive medical supplies, food, construction material? Oh, that's right, because Israel is blockading the Gaza Strip, denying them access to the outside world, denying them the benefit of what all sovereign people have the right to, which is the right to trade, the right to control their borders, the right to self-determine. You ugly, smug bitch of a cunt.
That's all I ask. Call something that you think is bad.
Sounds like you're just finding a way to justify it. Saying these guys also do bad things.
I think it's all.
Well, the thing that she's mentioned, even as examples of like other bad things, really just incriminate Israel. None of those things that she mentioned are equivalent to anything that Israel is doing. In fact, Israel is the cause of those things anyway.
Terrible. I don't want to see anyone
So
die.
you think Israel is terrible, but other people are too?
I don't think Israel is terrible.
You said it's all terrible.
I think when someone
I like how he's got her in a little trap there.
dies, it's terrible.
You see what I mean when I say you're not really willing to say anything?
I just told you what I think. I'm telling you what I think. I'm not.
Oh, methinks the lady doth protest too much. She's pinned down in the corner and now she's squirming because she knows she's caught. And that's why it's like when you call out bad behavior and then they have to overcompensate and their voice gets shrill. It's because they know they lost.
I like the perfect example of an old school conservative that just won't say nothing.
Wait, so Abir has said she had to replay the clip just to make sure she really said Saudi. Let's see. Wait, what was she talking about with Saudi?
Israel. On root of all stand, but I just wish they would apply. If you're pissed off about money in politics, then you should also be pissed off about Saudi and Qatar and China and all those other lobbies. Apply.
Right, because the Chinese and Saudi and Qatar lobby the U.S. government. Clearly, they're buying off all of our politicians. They just bought off, what's his name, Galrine in Kentucky. Obviously a big, big problem. That Saudi money, that Chinese money, man. The China lobby and the U.S. government, a big problem. Big, big problem. Ilan Mitzrahi says the U.S. attack on Iran tonight is a much stronger statement than words said in supposed negotiations. Agreeing to talk to the United States under these conditions is starting to look like a national humiliation for Iran. The U.S. has not bled enough to want peace. I agree.
They used artificial intelligence to create a video, lifelike video, that showed me checking into a hotel room with AOC and Ilhan Omar and holding hands with them. It was actually very effective on the boomers. But here's the thing, Kristen, that's only going to work for a little bit longer. The boomers are going to, leave this country to the Gen X and the Gen Z and the Gen...
They're going to die.
And Y and the millennials, and those folks are the ones that I won overwhelmingly. That makes me really hopeful for this country. They don't get fooled by artificial intelligence, and they check the news. They get news sources like from podcasts and other sources. So they won this race by fooling my voters and expanding the base of people who vote to the uninformed voters. They used artificial intelligence to create a video, lifelike video, that showed me checking into a hotel room.
Okay. Oh my word, Jewish woman goes insane.
Hey, you're the one who fucking was screaming out my face! Get the fuck out my face, bitch! Get out of my fucking face! Stop! Get out! Make me! Get the fuck out! This is my store! I don't care! Get the fuck out! Get out! What? Get out! Get out! You done! Get out! Get out! You done! Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out!
What the fuck? A Jewish woman goes full psycho in a shop after a worker says to her, "Free Palestine." She trashes the entire place and assaults the worker like a wild animal. Which she is. That was tough to watch. I know, it's complete slop. The Western-backed Zionists are exterminating Lebanese families, says Dr. Morandi. Jesus Christ, look at that. Just wholesale destruction of an entire neighborhood.
A massacre destroyed a house in my village, Steyer, right now. The house had 2 women in it, only. 2 women, 2 old women. Their brother is our friend, and he's a civil defense worker. And he lost both of his sisters in the attack. I cannot say anything. Actually, it's a very tough moment, a very, very painful moment to go with your friend and to arrive to find his house destroyed with his 2 old sisters in it, martyred. This is America. This is Israel. This is the international situation in 2026.
As long as the Americans continue their military adventures in our region, no agreement will be reached. The U.S. government has repeatedly shown that it only understands the language of force. Say hello to $200 oil. Okay, I think that's going to be it for me tonight. We hit the 4-hour mark, and it's time for me to eat some dinner as well. I think we covered a lot of stuff. All the breaking news today. I think we missed.
Joining me to discuss the benefits and dangers of an AI future.
Yeah, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. No Boom Boom Tel Aviv tonight, but there's always tomorrow. But thanks, guys. I appreciate you. I'm eating hot dogs. Hot dogs are for dinner. And they should be ready momentarily. I'm going to have 2 hot dogs with cheese and maybe some chili, maybe some diced onions. Definitely mustard. Gotta have mustard on the hot dog, okay? It's mandatory. So I'll be back tomorrow as per usual, my regularly nightly broadcast. I want to thank you once again for being here. I love this community. I love you guys. Thanks for showing up day in and day out. Peace and love. Have a great evening, and I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Bye-bye now.